बाहर वेली वाला बदमाशी कर रहा है, आपके उल्टे सीधे आंकड़े लिख रहा है, जमीन के डेटा ठीक नहीं लिख रहा है, ये तो उसके पास सारे आंकड़े हैं, आपके पैक्स के पास सारे लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स आपके हैं, सब इंफॉर्मेशन उसके पास है. He will not cheat because he has to be there for, he has been there for ages, he'll be there for ages with you. Please use those facilities. As I said earlier, all of us have to integrate everything. Cooperative is a one big family and we cannot say कि ये cooperative मेरा पसंद का नहीं है, I will run only with these cooperatives. We are interdependent on everybody now. इसी तरह बात हम जो हमारे मंत्री जी बात करते हैं कि सबको लेके चलना है, मिलके चलना, और we have to, the biggest movement is cooperation among cooperatives. हम एक दूसरे की मदद नहीं करेंगे, दूसरे की मदद कैसे मिलेगी हमको? अगर हम अपनी इकोनॉमी स्केल की बात करें, जोड़ें एक दूसरे को आपस में, we can leverage better. SSC is one such movement of cooperation among cooperatives. आप ही बनाएंगे सस्ता, आप पैसा देंगे, आप ही सर्विसेज खरीदेंगे, and you will be able to command or demand a better rate and a more, I would say, reasonable rate from them. Demand better services from these providers who will be providing services, and as pointed out earlier, perhaps develop those services in-house over a period of time. We have smaller models in form of Gujarat. They will be too glad to participate with you and help you setting up these systems and make you understand. Perhaps गुजरात मॉडल को कुछ बैंक जाके देख भी सकते हैं अगर if they required. अजय भाई बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन हैं, उनके एमडी साहब भी बैठे हुए हैं. Look into those issues. ये इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ कोऑपरेटिव है. Very important in the sense it was launched in India by UN last year in November in the ICA event. और हम मंत्रालय से बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज कर रहे हैं. आप देखिए हर अमूल के पैकेट पे IYC का अभी लोगो आ गया है. So every household we have reached IYC हम पहुंच गए हैं. हर रेलवे टिकट पे IYC छाप दिया अभी हमने. Every railway ticket carries IYC logo. Every person who travels through railway or buys any Amul item knows there is something called IYC. IFCO, CRIPCO, सबके आइटम में अब आने वाला है सबके. I think by mid of this month it will be on every packet. We are trying to disseminate this information far and wide कि हर को आदमी को पता चलेगा ऐसा इवेंट है. It is, I would say, a good opportunity for us to, I would say, redefine ourselves, reinvent ourselves. और कोऑपरेटिव में इतना मंत्रालय कोशिश कर रहा है 3-4 साल में जो मेहनत हुई है और जो भी उसके रिजल्ट्स आए उसको लेट्स कंसोलिडेट दैट. हम बात कर रहे हैं बिजनेस रिफॉर्म एक्शन प्लान साल के एंड में बनाएंगे. सारे कोऑपरेटिव्स की बेंचमार्किंग करें. बेंचमार्किंग हमने करी एज ऑन 1/1/2025. उसके आधार पर कितनी प्रगति इस साल में आपने की उस पर अवार्ड्स देंगे. Basically to do a ranking to promote you rather than point fingers, motivate people to perform better. और एक बहुत बड़ी बात है उनकी quality of personnel in cooperatives. उस इशू को हैंडल करने के लिए हमने इतनी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी हम लेके आ गए. पार्लियामेंट में पास हो गई त्रिभुवन सहकारी यूनिवर्सिटी. Will be, in fact, we'll roll out some programs this year only in the coming academic session. We are setting it up in Anand to address in a very structured way your training needs and education needs of the entire sector. There was a need to have uniform, I would say, curriculum, etc. So those issues we will tackle. जितने भी बैंक्स के इश्यूज आरबीआई से थे, हर महीने, इनफैक्ट नए आरबीआई गवर्नर से मेरी 4 बार बैठक हो चुकी है अभी तक. उनको 5 महीने ज्वाइन किए हुए हुए. Every month we are meeting RBI officer or the other, ensuring that all your issues are addressed, taken up. हमारे यहाँ कमिटी बना रखी है हमने इनकम टैक्स वाले इश्यूज के लिए. इनकम टैक्स से बात करते हैं. आरबीआई इश्यूज से हमारे 2 हम अफसर में और पंकज हैं, we directly interact with the RBI team to ensure that all these issues are taken up. In fact, RBI has been very bullish about cooperative banks of late. कई सारे मुद्दे आपके सेटल भी हो गए हैं और they are in the process of being settled. But Honorable Minister has made one point clear, which is very important for all of us to understand. We should not ask for dilution of norms from RBI. कि RBI हमारे लिए अपने जो वो हैं norms है नीचे कर दे, हम उसके आधार पे benefit पा जाए. You have to compete and get to that level which is being set for the private and the commercial banks. उस लेवल हमको जाना है. हमको उनसे वो नहीं चाहिए कि हम हमारा वो norms नीचे करें. उसके लिए हमको मेहनत करनी होगी. Then we have to look into the type of personnel we have, the type of elected people we have, the type of, in fact, Amul is a very classic, I would say, beautiful example of how we have kept the elected representative away from the management of the organization. Very beautifully done. Management, the elected people don't have role into day-to-day functioning of the organization. कि भाई इसको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में सब कुछ नहीं होता. वो सिस्टम्स चलते हैं अपने जो भी नॉर्म्स से चलते हैं. So that was a very good model to adopt for all cooperative societies. और we are aware that they have been vested interest. इलेक्शन नहीं होते तो हम इलेक्शन अथॉरिटी लेके आए. कम से कम MSCS में हमने कर दी इलेक्शन अथॉरिटी. कुछ राज्यों में इलेक्शन अथॉरिटी है, बाकी से हम बात करें. आप भी बनाइए अथॉरिटी. In fact, authority has been eye opener for us also. We have seen that many, even the biggest of cooperatives had, I would say, gamed the system कि कुछ ही लोग इलेक्ट होके आए. वो हम नॉर्म्स बदल रहे हैं. हमने पकड़ा उसको, देखा कि ऐसा है कि ऐसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी कर रखी है कि साहब उन्नाव में 8 सीट है, पूरे यूपी में 1 सीट है, उन्नाव में ही आदमी आने चाहिए इलेक्ट होकर। कुछ लोगों ने कहा, आई नॉट नेम द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इस तरह की चीजें भी पकड़ में आ रही है पहली बार, उसको ठीक करना जरूरी है। तो इनफैक्ट स्टेट शुड आल्सो बी एडवाइज टू सेट अप सच सिस्टम कि वो कोऑपरेटिव अथॉरिटी इलेक्शन कराए, देखे, उनके पेपर मंगवाए, उनके बायलॉज मंगा के ठीक करे। नाउ वी आर अलाइनिंग, इनफैक्ट आवर एक्ट हैज बीन अमेंडेड एंड वी आर सेइंग एक्ट प्रिवेल्स ओवर बायलॉज। अब उन बायलॉज को हम अलाइन कर रहे हैं उनके एक्ट के साथ, जिससे कि कोई भी कहीं डिस्टर्बेंस ना रहे। सो आई वुड से transitioning times, transformational times for the sector, but good things will come out, and we are very positive and bullish about that things will improve in the sector. My request to all of you that we rack our brains, इसको अपना माने पूरे सेक्टर को, चाहे वो डेयरी सोसाइटी हो, चाहे पैक्स हो। पैक्स में भी बहुत सारे काम करें। मंत्री जी का कहना है कि पूरे देश में सिमेट्रिक विकास होना चाहिए कोऑपरेटिव का, इसीलिए हम हर पंचायत में जहां पर पैक्स नहीं है वहां खुलवा रहे हैं। और आप कई सारे ऐसी जगह जहां पर नए जिले बन गए हैं, बैंक नहीं है, आप लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है, 2-3 जिले एक डीसीसी भी कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं, नई पैक्स बनेंगी, देन यू विल हैव द वॉल्यूम टू क्रिएट अ न्यू डीसीसी। प्रपोजल आएगा, इनफैक्ट यू विल आल्सो बी एबल टू परफॉर्म बेटर। तो उनको जोड़ना, उनको उनका क्रेडिट लिंकेज कराना, उनको उनका बीओडी करना, बनवाना, सब आपको दैट हैंड होल्डिंग यू हैव टू डू थ्रू योर डीसीसीबीज। उनकी मॉनिटरिंग आपको करनी बहुत जरूरी है। It cannot be said third tier is the most important tier of your rural cooperative structure. उसको मजबूत नहीं करेंगे तो you will never, I would say, prosper. Those states doing well have been taking good care of their lowest structure of the credit system in the states. उस पे काम करें और हैंड होल्डिंग करें। अभी हमने, अब कुछ स्टेट्स कुछ बात कर रहे थे, हमको आदमी चाहिए। हमने हर स्टेट को प्रत्येक एसटीसीबी के लिए और डीसीसी के लिए कोऑपरेटिव इंटर्न दिया। हमने कहा पैसे हम देंगे। अब मैं यहाँ लिस्ट देख रहा हूँ, कई राज्यों ने लिए ही नहीं कोऑपरेटिव इंटर्न। मैं पैसे देने को तैयार हूँ। I am looking, I would say, listening to some people asking for people. Here I am giving people, nobody is taking it. I'll share the sheet later on. I'll not name the states. कि बहुत सारे states ने कोऑपरेटिव लिए नहीं, इसके पैसे मैं दे रहा हूँ। I am giving money for them. You keep those people and take advantage. Get good people, choose them for various activities in the स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक। वो आपका ओवरसाइट वो कर सकता है आपके लिए। उसकी ड्यूटी लगाई, भाई तुम देखो डीसीसीबी और हमारे टैक्स क्या कर रहे हैं, ये 5 पैरामीटर्स में असेस करो, हफ्ते में रिपोर्ट दो लाके। यूज हिम फॉर दिस पर्पस। आई वुड से मिनिस्ट्री, आई हैव नॉट ओपन मेनी स्ट्रीम्स फॉर फंडिंग। दे आर ट्राइंग टू इंटीग्रेट इनिशियली फॉर गेटिंग फंड फ्रॉम एग्जिस्टिंग स्कीम्स। अब क्लासिक, आई वुड से, केस इन दैट केस इज द ग्रेन स्टोरेज प्रोग्राम। हमने 1 रुपया उसको सब्सिडी नहीं देते भारत सरकार से, अपनी मंत्रालय से नहीं देते। पैक्स क्या करता है, एक लोन लेता है, ही कम्स विद अ प्रपोजल टू यू। उसको ऑन द बैक एंड ही हैज बेनिफिट ऑफ 4 schemes, primarily the agriculture marketing infrastructure is the basic scheme on which the entire program rides. उसकी नॉर्म्स खराब थे, 3-4 हजार रुपए उसकी सब्सिडी बढ़ा के हमने 8,000 रुपए करा दी। We went to agriculture, called them and sorted out the issue कि आपके नॉर्म्स 10 साल पुराने नए करिए। पहला वो किया। EIF में से लिंक कर दिया उसको कि बेनिफिट है EIF as well। थर्डली उसको अगर SMA प्लस हमने एक और काम किया, जितने भी एंसिलरी काम होते थे वहां पर, चाहे वो बाउंड्री वॉल हो, चाहे उसका वे ब्रिज एक्सेट्रा, उस सबको भी एलिजिबल कर दिया सब्सिडी के लिए अंडर AMI। सो आई वुड से इट्स अ सब्सटैंटिव चेंज फ्रॉम व्हाट वाज हैपनिंग अर्लियर। प्लस उसको हमने SMAM का बेनिफिट दिला दी, सब्सिडी SMAM से मिलती है, PMFME से मिलती है। तो they merge all schemes and then we worked with the food ministry to get them hiring assurance। हमारा काम है इस पूरे कड़ी को जोड़ के, we are the linking point to link all these dots together and ensure that he comes to you, the DCC, with a plan which where all things have been taken care of। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट आपसे ये है कि वो प्रपोजल काइंडली सैंक्शन करें। दिस इज बीइंग मॉनिटर्ड एवरी मंथ एट द हाईएस्ट लेवल। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 11 पैक्स ये आपके गोडाउन इनॉग्रेट कर दिए 24 फरवरी 2024 को, और 500 की आधारशिला रखी, वो कंप्लीट करें तब तो आगे बढ़े। Once we complete 511, then we go ahead and look for the next phase of the implementation of the program। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, जितने प्रपोजल आपके पास हैं, it is being monitored, we are briefing at the highest level what is happening in every state। आपको इश्यू तो बताइए हमको, we have, आपके जितने इश्यू आपने फ्लैग किए वो हमने दूर कर दिए। अब उनको आप हायर करा के प्लीज आगे काम बढ़ाएं, जिससे कंस्ट्रक्शन स्टार्ट हो, एंड वी लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू कंप्लीट देम बाय द एंड ऑफ द करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर। उतने बन जाएंगे, देन विल roll out the scheme in a bigger way across the country for many more packs। फिर हम देखेंगे और इश्यूज क्या आते हैं, विल इंश्योर दैट दोज इश्यूज आल्सो टेकन एड्रेस्ड। हम जैसा बताया आपको सिद्धार्थ ने, वी हैड गॉन टू कर्नाटका, वहां पर हमने देखा कि एक पैक्स में गोल्ड लोन का ही 120 करोड़ रुपए वो लोनिंग करते हैं, उनके पास उन्हें कम से कम 30-40 करोड़ रुपए कैनरा बैंक में रखे हुए हैं 7% पे। डीसीसी भी देता है 7.6, वहां नहीं रखें, कहते हैं फैसिलिटी देता है, इसके यहाँ यूपीआई नहीं चलता, ये नहीं चलता, आप पैक्स वाला बता रहा है हमको। I think we have to address those issues. I think SSC is a stitch in time to address those issues and bring you back on the same footing as commercial banks and private banks. All of us have to rack our brains together to ensure this. You do not miss the bus and do not, I would say, go beyond timelines set for this purpose. So I'm very glad that NABARD has taken this initiative and RBI has also been kind. The approvals are here, and now we have to move forward in a very comprehensive way. I hope I have covered all the points. कोई और point रहेगा तो बताइए. So I'm glad. In fact, I have attended such meetings. I was telling Chairman Nawad earlier also, when I was joint secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. तो आप स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक को बुलाते थे, एक दो बार आपने मेरे को बुलाया, तो it's very nice to come back to the same forum and talk to you. One or two people might have been there earlier because these have cooperative people that tend to stick for a long time. So I'm happy to address all of you and hear you. In fact, it has been learning for me also. A lot of things were new to me. और अच्छा लगा सुन के आपकी बातें, और सारे इश्यूज हमने फ्लैग कर लिए अपने लेवल पे, जो हमारे लेवल पे हमको एड्रेस करने हैं. And I'm sure with the initiatives NABARD and Chairman and his team have taken, we'll be able to get you into much better position than where we are today. Thank you very much.
सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. इतना प्रेरणादायी तरीके से आपने पूरे हाउस के सामने पूरे पर्सपेक्टिव को रखा और सभी को एक नई राह दिखाई कि कैसे इस एजेंडा को आगे लेकर के चलना है. आपका बहुत बहुत आभार. इस तरह के लंच के पहले के दिस ऑल टेक्निकल सेशंस, नाउ वी आर थ्रू. So now I request our chairman Shri Saji KV sir to please present a memento to Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani ji, Secretary, Ministry of Cooperation, as a token of gratitude and appreciation. This is a Rajasthani miniature painting, Marwad paintings. So this is very intrigued. I request Chairman sir to present memento to Saurabh Babu sir, Principal Secretary, Cooperation Government of UP, as a token of gratitude and appreciation. I request Chairman sir to present memento to Joint Secretary sir, Ministry of Cooperation, Government of India, as a token of gratitude and appreciation from all of us. सभी अपने dignitaries का we are very thankful for giving their valuable time and then the kind of discussions. It was very interactive. Thank you all. Before lunch, we have two important agenda. Just announcement is that before breaking for lunch, we'll go for a group photograph that is near our lawn. Our team will guide all the dignitaries. And after that, जैसा कि हमारा इंटरनेशनल कोऑपरेशन ईयर है, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम उसका एक हिस्सा है और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आह्वान भी है. तो हम माननीय डिग्निटरीज, सेक्रेटरी सर, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी सर, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी सर, चेयरमैन एंड डीएमडी सर से रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि पौधारोपण के लिए गुरुकुल हमारा एक स्थान है, वहां पे आएंगे, हमारी टीम गाइड करेगी. So first we'll proceed for group photograph plantation. Thank you. We'll come back at 2:30. We'll come back at 2:30. Conference. So as we all said to start the proceedings, now we go to first agenda. That is a presentation on EKCC in RCBs, expectations, opportunities, and road ahead. So now I request CGM SPPID to kindly take the agenda forward.
Good afternoon. We're starting the post-lunch session, which is the toughest session, right? So I think the responsibility is on all of us, cooperation among cooperatives. So everybody should support each other so that we make it interesting and interactive. So that's precisely why we have put this session post-lunch, because this is something which is a very interesting and innovative initiative, for which our chairman sir had given the leadership for evolving this. In fact, this has been a project which is more than 2.5 years in the making, and because of so many challenges, operational and otherwise, this was being refined and it was moving on. But finally now, at this moment as we speak, we are proud to say that this portal is now fully functional. We have actually tested it across states, across various types of institutions, including cooperatives and RRBs, regional rural banks, and it has met all the standards required to make it a success. And also proud to inform the House that this is the only portal which has been configured specifically to address the requirements of three-tier cooperative credit system in dispensation of KCC loans. So this about this portal, what are its functionalities, how it will make life easy for us, all of us, when we look at KCC loans, and also address the primary loan requirements of our foremost clientele, the farmer. So that is the objective of this session. I have my colleague in my department, Deepak Jakhar, Deputy General Manager. I'll request Deepak to walk the house through the features of the portal, about what are the various integrations which we have actually put in place. And this is the first loan portal which has been integrated with the unified lending interface of Reserve Bank of India, Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub, RBI Innovation Hub. And through that integration, we are able to access seamlessly land records of select states, and looking at unique requirements of certain geographies, especially the northeastern region, where the identification through Aadhaar could prove to be a limitation. We have also introduced functionalities by which the KYC can be done through alternate means. So this is a very evolving, a participative and inclusive portal, the way it has been developed. So I will now request Deepak to walk the house through the features, and also to explain what is the expectation from all of you today. To make this portal a success, we internally are looking at onboarding and issuing at least 2 crore KCCs this year through this portal. And this cannot happen without the support, the encouragement, and the active participation of each and every one of you present here. Deepak.
Thank you, sir. At the very outset, I thank Chairman sir, DMD sir, and all dignitaries present here for taking their valuable time for this presentation. Basically, this portal was developed by NABARD. This is the guidelines given by Reserve Bank of India Internal Working Group Committee, and the project started in 2020, and we did the proof of concepts. No, it's fine, sir. Am I audible to all? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And this proof of and we did this proof of concept in basically 4 packs of Sabarkantha DCCB and Baroda DCCB. Basis their final UAT sign off and given by internal technical committee that was headed by retired CGM of SBI, and this portal was developed. And as already shared by Mani sir, that portal's pilot testing has already been done successfully in Chittoor DCCB in Andhra Pradesh, Khargone DCCB in Madhya Pradesh, and Balasore Bhadrak in Odisha, and Dharmapuri in Tamil Nadu. We have successfully already processed more than 350 pilot basically test KCC through this portal. And the portal is having the integrations with CDAC. Basically, NABARD has been authorized by Department of Financial Services for using this CDAC, this UIDI services through CDAC. Basically, CDAC is AUKVA, and we are sub AUKVA as far as this integration is concerned. And as shared by Chairman sir earlier, now we are also having this ERP integration, and for that purpose also these facilities, these services of CDAC will be utilized, and we will be fetching all these land records and all through this unified lending interface of RBIH. And these integrations basically streamline the loan application process. They reduce the TAT. That is a very, very critical component basically, because you know in cooperative banks it takes more than 30 to 40 days for issuance of a single KCC. With the help of this platform, we expect that that journey can be reduced to even a single day. Next slide, please. These are the basically broad features of EKCC portal. It's a self-service and in assisted mode also. Basically, farmer and himself or through some other mode also, whether he can utilize the services of a BC or tax secretary himself, or even going forward through this common service center, e-Seva Kendras and all in different states they call it, that can be also utilized. And basically Aadhaar-based authentication and eKYC will be done by utilizing the services of CDAC. So what happens, farmer first registers himself through his mobile number. He can also register himself or herself through Aadhaar. And going forward, we have through this tax ID or even ID given to farmer in some states like Karnataka, I believe FID is also there. So all 3 modes are available. And as on date, basically this farmer can utilize his mobile number. OTP will be sent to his mobile number, and then he can register by sharing his basic details on the portal. All these features and this Aadhaar secure data vault and digital land records verification, this data will be kept in servers of NABARD. That is very, very important because Ministry of Agriculture and Reserve Bank of India specifically wanted that, because this is a sensitive data. So we are not compromising, and that's why the NABARD servers are used for utilizing this having data sharing and all these securing this Aadhaar data vault also. Then e-sign enabled documents will be executed, and then real-time notification will be sent to farmer at each and every step of the application. He will be coming to know when he is registered, where his application has gone, and whether he has been sanctioned loan by the concerned facts, obviously through DCCB branch obviously. And then automatically eligibility calculation is based on crop and land details. Once he puts all his data in the portal, then scale of finance will calculate the total scale of finance multiplied by the land records. This is the crop he cultivates there, and the eligibility comes automatically. We also are having integration with EPEX and DCCB CBS. As I speak, we have already done KYC for EPEX software, and going forward, I expect that that integration is going to be in real-time basis. As on date, we have received data from 52 banks, sir. 2 STCBs, Andhra Pradesh and Puducherry, had shared. They are already onboarded onto the portal. We have also onboarded 37 DCCBs, basically from Tamil Nadu, UP, MP, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. We have also onboarded 1 UT and 11 states as far as this EKCC onboarding is concerned. For this, a very bare minimal price has been kept. For issuance of first-time KCC, only 50 rupees plus applicable taxes will be applicable. And this is possible. This has been possible because all these heavy lifting, as far as these commercials are concerned, is being done by NABARD. NABARD servers are being used for this purpose, even for payment of for CDEC and ULI. That aspect is taken care of by NABARD for first year this time.
Just like to supplement two things here. See, as far as KCC loans are concerned, all of you know, we require majorly 3 data points, right? One is who is the farmer, second, what is his land, and third, what is the crop he is cultivating. Once we get these 3 data points, all other things is a function of just mathematics. So through the EKYC, Aadhaar or alternate means, the identity of the farmer is established. Through the land record fetch directly from the state government portal, the land details gets in, and the farmer has to only put what is the crop he is going to cultivate in that year, what is the land he is allocating for that particular crop. मान लीजिए उनके पास 5 एकड़ का जमीन है, he wants to do pulses in 3 acres and wheat in 2 acres, then he will have to put that formula, that number only, check whether it is an irrigated land or an unirrigated land. At the back end, looking at the PIN code, it will automatically fetch the district-wise scale of finance. It will apply that. It will immediately show the in principle eligibility for sanction. Right? So that is the first part which takes away the pain point. And we also did one more thing. We wanted to make it very seamless. We did a pilot with 1 or 2 banks. I think if I remember right, it was Karnataka Bank, where we said once the loan is sanctioned, using satellite imagery to check whether actually the loan he has taken for the piece of land, he is using it to cultivate that crop only. Now that each of the land has a geo coordinate that is fed into the system, it can integrate with another satellite company wherein NABARD has also invested. It's called Satyukt Analytics. So that company, using the lat long, it will take a signature of the crop on the field and map it to a reference signature and tell whether actual crop on the field is paddy or wheat or maize or millet, whatever it is, right? And it can also tell the days to maturity. Now you can see, normally once we give crop loans, we are supposed to go and verify, and 100% verification ho hi nahi sakta because you have challenges. I think Maharashtra, sir made a mention about one person looking after multiple packs, right? So chances of diversion, misutilization, because just let's not forget, these are 0% loans or very low interest loans. So if it gets diverted, then there is a challenge. The loan gets diverted one, and government funds also gets misutilized for the wrong purpose. So end use can also be monitored. That integration has also been tested in this portal to see whether the crop which the farmer claims they are cultivating is actually the crop which is there on the field. So we are looking at going ahead, providing all these integrations so that everything becomes digital loan sanction also. That's the first part. And one more amplification to what Deepak told. When we say fresh KCC issue, it is fresh KCC issue on the portal. It is not fresh KCC for the farmer. Already he would have taken the loan and you are renewing it at your level. But first time the data is getting ported into the portal. Basic data, everything has to be fetched. There is a particular order in which data has to be given, which has to be registered on the portal. That is the first time a card is issued on the portal. The cost is 50 rupees. There are 2 other similar portals which are there in the market as of now, and I understand they are charging 3 to 4 times more than this. So this, why such low price is because huge infrastructure capex cost is required to maintain the ADV and all the related infrastructure, which is borne by NABARD. The entire infrastructure capex costs are borne by NABARD, so that the sector need not be loaded with the initial cost. So this is a very, very low upfront OPEX per card cost, which is there. And going forward, when renewal is there, it is going to be a one-click process. If the farmer has no change in the cropping pattern, he will have to simply click one button, the loan gets automatically renewed. It is done in a matter of 10 seconds. If there is a change in the cropping pattern, he has to again enter only the crop detail. What is the crop he has to select from the drop down, and then the system works out the revised KCC loan eligibility and communicates to the farmer. So that is a process which will help reduce the pain point in dispensing KCC.
Next slide.
See, as of now, anyway, the PACs and the DCCBs are spending money in monitoring crop loans. Your staff is actually going there to monitor, right? That cost you are incurring. It's an invisible cost because you feel that wo to karna hi padega humko, right? Now with this thing, you are making it very transparent, very seamless. So ideally, this cost will be borne by the system. It will not be passed on to the customer, right? But where there is a cost additionally, I remember in Maharashtra, if you're going to get the land records fetched from the portal, there is a charge of 15 rupees. Presently, the 15 rupees is borne by the farmer because he brings that certificate and gives it to the bank. In such case, and this price doesn't include that. If that is there, then the farmer will be bearing that cost in states like Maharashtra, where we are also trying to push and request the government, ki cooperatives ke liye at least in the rural banks, including RRBs, customers, if they are approaching, then this cost can be waived because mostly small marginal farmers are our major customers, and maybe this could be this is not an income generating option for the government. It should not be that. So we are requesting that. But otherwise, ideally, this cost has to be borne by the system, not the farmer. Right. That is right. That is right. Yes. Yes. We have that integration also finalized. The document will also be digital, and there will be an OTP-based validation from the borrower. So the document gets executed.
Next slide.
It is coming in the next.
As already shared with all of you, basically we are having integration with ULI platform of Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub. Earlier it was known as PTPFC. Most of people must have heard about it also. As on date, 9 states are live on the platform. You can see from the slide on in which states the ULI services are live. So from these states, we can directly fetch the land records. Only farmer need to put his survey number, and remaining details will be fetched by the portal itself. Next slide, please. As far as cooperative banks are concerned, because this platform has been developed for cooperative banks and RRBs also, but because participants are only from cooperative banks this time, so we have given that journey only here. So farmer basically will be starting his, by his creation of his profile. That can be done through his mobile number, as already I already shared with the participants, and subsequently or otherwise it can be done with the Aadhaar number or FID, farmer's ID. Once he registers himself, then he can go for the filling of loan application, and there he selects the PAX or branch from where he wants to avail that loan facility. He will apply for that using this RBIH land API, and we will be that land and crop details also he will be adding, and basis that his eligibility gets calculated automatically, and that will be then submission. He can submit this through obviously because ADB services are already there, and we are also having tie-ups with CDAC. Then farmer himself can e-sign the application. Then application is complete in all respects. In next phase, it goes to the PAX. Next slide, please. There, the role of PAX secretary comes. He reviews and validates his loan application basis the details given by the farmer. He can verify loan details also. In the states where ULI services are not live, I mean where we cannot fetch land records directly from their portal, there farmer can upload his land records details as usual, as earlier being done in the earlier cases also. And basis that the PAX secretary will be validating his loan application. And yeah.
As a PDF file that can be uploaded also wherever ULI integration is not there, and basis that the loan can be sanctioned. That option is also there.
That functionality is already there in the portal. That uploading facility has been provided functionality, and he or she can upload his land details there if ULI services are not available in a particular state. And then loan sanction will be done by this validation will be done by PAX secretary, and that details will be pushed to the DCB branch head. Basically, for this we have created user hierarchy details for at every level, PAX level, then branch level, and then obviously at head office level also. These details contains the through email ID, that detail will be uploaded in the portal, and that email OTP will be generated, and anyone from the PAX who is having access to that email ID, he or she can basically see that loan application, and as per prevalent norms, he can sanction that particular application filled by the farmer. And then branch disbursement, as usual, it will be happening through CCB only, as already shared by I think from Telangana MD sir, that if that NCL facility is done away with, then I think it is going to be a big game changer. I think going forward, I would request all state cooperative banks also that it can be that NCL facilities that can be done away with. Then I think this portal will be becoming more seamless, and in that case, directly the TAT can be even I think reduced by maybe within next in a hour or so, that final the sanction can be happening. Next slide. Then at every stage that I already shared with the house, the farmer will be receiving that notifications, whether his application has been sanctioned or his application has been rejected. Even in the case of disbursement, that farmer will be getting a one-time password, that OTP will be going to him, indicating that this much amount has been disbursed to his account.
So RBI had also come out with one direction that this SMS has to be given at every stage of the loan journey. So when the application is given, SMS goes. Just like if we have applied for passport, we will know. We get an SMS telling where is the application at this point in time till the passport gets issued, and so similar, SMS notification pathway has been created for this portal also. Right from the time he applies online till the amount gets credited to his account, at every stage, what happens, that SMS notification in vernacular language, it goes to the farmer on his mobile.
Next slide. So basically, this is the expectations from state cooperative banks. And most important, I would like to add here that scale of finance data is one of the key input for the success of this portal. Until as that SOF is not provided, obviously that auto calculation cannot be done by the portal. And because cooperative banks being the convener of this DLTC, District Level Technical Committee, where SOF is finalized, I would request all representatives from these respective cooperative banks, you may kindly complete this exercise by 31st May of this year itself. As on date, we have received data that this scale of finance has been finalized. Remaining states, I would also request I will be showing an Excel where we have received data from respective states, so remaining states also.
So this is a challenge, or this one showstopper. Scale of finance, approved scale of finance for all the states for FY26, and that too one specific
cooperative bank or district cooperative bank are in charge.
Yes, sir. They are the convener of
convener. So we are pushing with them, and we need to get the details, and also that
So state level technical committee, whether they have met for the last year before.
Most of the banks, state cooperative,
SLTC.
Okay, yeah, we will be sharing that. And so we have already shared a few basic details with banks, all state cooperative banks, to share bank logo, then user hierarchy details, and then obviously scale of finance data. I would request that these details may be shared by all these banks at the earliest place. We have also shared a tripartite agreement. That agreement will be executed by TSP, our technical service provider, NABARD, and respective state cooperative banks. In some states, if district cooperative banks themselves want to execute that tripartite agreement, we are also okay with that. So we have already shared that agreement. I will also sharing that list from where the states and state cooperative banks where we have received this data. And in the case of non-receipt of the data from your respective banks, I would request that that data can be shared at the earliest possible place.
Is there any problem in updating the data in our Insure portal, scale of finance data? I believe most of the states have finalized the scale of finance. It's already finalized. But is there any challenge in submission in the Insure portal? So if there is no challenge in submission in the Insure portal, I'll request to maybe, only concern the scheduling of SLTC meeting and confirming those minutes. That's okay. So that is what I'm saying. Once you have finalized, so all the process is done and you have finalized. After that, I believe, all the states have finalized the unit, scale of finance, because it's already May. Now, if you want to pick up the Kharif season, then I believe everybody is finalized. Then what is the issue in submitting in the Insure portal? If there are any specific issue, we can address that. That's the point. Thanks, we have a load. Then we will do it in the evening hours and all that. So for to be affecting like you said, sometimes they are requesting. Nowadays, insurance companies for their working convenience, they are asking for a statewide kind of money. So that's how the SLT says of the company. Because they can't adopt district-wide and for their working convenience, they are adopting statewide one scale of money.
No, they have adopted.
I think NABARD has to maybe look into it and make the necessary changes. I think it's better to go for a statewide guideline of NABARD. Now they are the NBSC.
So what is the opinion of the cooperative bank on this statewide one scale of finance? In MP, we already have that.
Telangana side, we are, because for us, geographically also, not much of a difference. Suppose paddy cultivated in Khammam and
So
paddy
UP,
cultivated in Ahmedabad also. There will be very slight difference. So we have a range. For us, it's okay.
Now there is a range of scale of finance. For Maharashtra, it should be there is a range.
Yeah, UP is a large state.
That stage you can ask.
Okay. तो आप चाहते हैं कि ये एक ही स्केल ऑफ फाइनेंस होना चाहिए या नहीं? फार्मर्स को कम लोन नहीं मिलना चाहिए, उनका जितना खर्चा है उसके हिसाब से लोन मिलना चाहिए. दैट इज वन थिंग. नाउ द अदर थिंग इज दैट नो एक वन नेशन वन एमएसपी है, जो उनका प्रोड्यूस है उसका एक ही एमएसपी है. So why can't we have one scale of finance? That also some banks are already demanding one nation, one scale of finance for every crop. One crop is specific across the state as well. Then we told that no, okay, we'll have a survey. So we found that कुछ smaller states में no statewide scale of finance है, larger states में नहीं है. That physically challenging होगा. You know, ये technology number. If there is an uncertainty in there, what we have done in the ensure portal is that average ले लिया. मैक्सिमम एंड मिनिमम का एवरेज लेके एंटर कर दिया, क्योंकि किसान रन पोर्टल भी ये चाहते हैं कि उधर भी ये जो इसका एग्री स्टैक में स्केल ऑफ फाइनेंस का एक मॉड्यूल है वो हम पॉपुलेट कर रहे हैं, उसमें एवरेज लेके किया है. उधर भी रेंज नहीं चलेगा, एक डेफिनेट नंबर ही लिखना चाहिए कि हम इधर से एक हमें राय लेंगे, रिजर्व बैंक से भी डिस्कस करेंगे, गवर्नमेंट से भी डिस्कस करके we'll take a view on this. एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन की वजह से जहाँ फिक्स हुआ है, जहाँ पे ज्यादा चाहिए तो उधर देगा नहीं, वो स्केल ऑफ फाइनेंस के हिसाब से देंगे. So we are concerned about under financing only. Over financing, let the bank take a decision. If banks have to violate, then this interest subvention में प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगा. इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन स्केल ऑफ वो कैलकुलेशन अभी तक we have not implemented it, but किसान ऋण पोर्टल में स्केल ऑफ फाइनेंस के हिसाब से कैलकुलेट करके इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन that also they may take up. Now we may put the EKCC with किसान ऋण पोर्टल बात चल रहा है, and again for fisheries cases and also for dairy cases this software can be used. That also will customize. We have installment for this.
We can calculate the interest subvention online and the claim can go online, because the delay release of interest subvention will be a thing of the past. It will be a real, the moment the loan is closed and loan removed, the next case year rolls over, the subvention.
अपने स्टेट्स में NCL अभी भी चालू है. NCL बट देन वो तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक ही डिमांड करते हैं ना, वैसे NCL सिस्टम को डिस्पेंस करना चाहिए. तो any opinion of any state cooperative bank? ये मॉड्यूल सिस्टम, इसके लिए हर स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक या डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में पॉलिसी चेंज करना और पॉलिसी हिसाब से नीड टू बी चेंज. तो ज्यादा now 60% शेयर था कॉपरेटिव में, अभी 10% नीचे आ गया है। उनको वापस लेके आने से इसके लिए ना ये सब चाहिए, ये सब रिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा। हाँ? Now we are which system?
Number plate.
Number plate. Yeah. That policy change with cooperative, no? We should stick with the. पहला प्रोसेस, इंटरनल प्रोसेस हो, उसके लिए बोर्ड में जाना पड़ेगा शायद, बोर्ड अप्रूव बोर्ड में जाना पड़ेगा। तो इस प्रोसीडिंग पे ना एक एक्शन पॉइंट लगा दो, each cooperative bank needs to take.
Sir, most of the DCCB for the board approved.
So that also, so individual loans also will go to the board for sanction.
Yeah, they do it in a list.
वो भी change करना पड़ेगा, वो system भी change करना पड़ेगा। The board can prescribe norms. Why board should sanction? Board is a policy making thing. You know.
Board is authorized to sanction will come for information.
President या MD?
Sir,
So that also.
No, he is talking about DCCB and the PAX level.
So there.
At state cooperative bank level, it only comes for application.
No. Who should sanction now? President or MD?
MD. Ideally, it should be the MD.
At the state level,
District level also it should be MD.
at STCB level, it is only MD and in Telangana, we don't have. I mean, MD also files don't come to me for sanction. We have SOG.
Yeah,
Senior officers
that is
group and we
delegation.
have committees.
The board can delegate the power.
Sanctioning.
Yeah, based on the amount, board can delegate to various functionaries.
Yes.
That is the better corporate governance, which is happening in commercial banks and regional rural banks. I think that method we can adopt, provided all these systems, checks and balances are in place. So we need to put in checks and balances. So that is what through computer programs and all, modules and all we are trying. And then we'll demonstrate that proper risk management is taken care. In that case, we can delegate. Board can delegate powers.
These best practices which will facilitate technology adoption. I think NABARD could circulate one small note to all the STCBs so that people can adopt.
That is why initially we wanted to make this portal as an STP, straight through processing, where the farmer applies, it automatically intimates the fact, goes to the DCCB against that whatever NCL sanctioned, it hits that if there is a balance, otherwise eligible, communication goes for sanction. But we have this system of facts uploading the board resolution for all these people. So that is a manual process where for every such application, the fact security, we have made a functionality in this portal that he can upload the board resolution so that it moves. It cannot be an STP if this process is
That we need to review.
We need to review
whether we need to know. It's not just the physical, having to existing process there, then that is only digitization.
Right.
Actually, we have to go to digitalization where business process engineering also should happen.
Yes, sir, fully agree. When we went to PAX for visit to understand the process and do it, PAX were insisting on this. We will have to put that approval because, that is what is there in their board, their approved processes. Now we need to give an SOP where using technology, how you can overcome this, because we cannot automate inefficient processes. Then, matlab hi nahi hai portal ka. Imagine if still the secretary has to wait for 50 applications to aggregate, then we should look at the
farmer's need. Farmer will want, once he applies within quickest time, loan needs to be given. Then only good farmers will come. Otherwise, only bad farmers will remain. Adverse selection ho jayega. Good farmers will go to those institutions which will give immediate loan. That we need to come back. So actually now that is where cooperatives ka jo positive hai, to local contact. Now you may have to do some business development exercise at the field level to bring back the customers. For that, you should have all technology, whatever services right now they are enjoying with other institutions, we should be able to give. So that SSC will take care. Maybe in another 6 months to 9 months, we'll have those facilities in place. But then this has to be followed by the business canvassing. or bringing back the customers. That and then capacity also, your capacity to give loans, the deposit should be there. That cooperation among cooperatives may help you out. So that these are all a single package which you are going to give. So, but then the activity has to be done at your level. The last mile activity you should do. But yeah, simplifying the processes, making institutions agree to cooperation among cooperatives. All these things are even in Gujarat we face a lot of issues of some institutions were not agreeing. Then we should even including honorable minister also got involved. So all these things will happen. But one thing is that there is a will at the topmost level for the cooperatives. That will, this is the last chance for, as far as I see, it's the last chance for the cooperative sector to turn around. Now it's now or never, that's all.
How it will flow to the state cooperative? Because we only sanction the limits to DCC bank.
So that part is not, see, you will already be sanctioning the limits to the DCCBs. Now this application will end at the DCCB level. When it gets sanctioned, the message communicates to the PAC and then to the farmer that the amount is sanctioned. And then when the amount gets credited, the message goes to him, right? The transaction between the STCB and DCCB is not in, because this portal need not be operated by the STCB. It is not required in the process. So this portal cooperation stops at the DCCB level. Between DCCB and STCB, the limit gets operated in the existing way, because the moment they start disbursing, they utilize the limit which has been sanctioned by. To the extent STCB funds are there, otherwise they use their own money to give.
Nevertheless, sir, we have provided this MIS facility and all, and that is the reason the STCB's bank details have also been onboarded on the portal.
For all these, we are assuming a huge assumption that interest subvention will continue. 2 or 3 years after.
DMFI का जो email कोई पासवर्ड चेंज किया है क्या? नहीं
already
किया है ना, मेरा आ नहीं रहा था क्या है?
What will be the alternate arrangement?
3 capital है. Okay.
This farmer will be selecting the bank, and then he will be putting. So that from there,
once he in either his mobile number or other number, it will be linked to a pack. So that multiple cases of
हो जाएगा, हो गया लगता है, हो गया.
and accordingly
वीडियो का भी कर रहा है, क्यों सारे क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्या करता बोलो, कर लेता है, वही करना देगा. दोबारा तो वही ले लेता नहीं, ले लेता. क्या करता है इसका?
Going forward, it will be integrated. As of now, it is standalone, but
it will be integrated with CPS.
Integration
and other integrations with UIDI, all these things will be there, including.
And we are planning to integrate with KRP also, so that subvention also details comes in through the portal. It becomes a one-stop thing. And even though all EKCC portal, the mandate for us is to provide or digitize the journey for other types of loans also: personal loan, housing loan, consumer loans, MSME loans. All those will also be flowing through the portal, because the borrower is the same, the process is the same, only the purpose is different. So we'll be able to capture that.
This bank, state government Maharashtra, they are insisting that banks should move to this agri-stamp before the May end. And I said, have access to tax for these activities. I said, NABARD is doing EKCC. We should refer this report to your NABARD.
So, yeah, we'll link it to the individual agri-stacks of the state government as well.
yes.
So already there is a UFSI, Unified Farmer Service Interface. They also have the similar facility like ULI. So that also we are exploring that how do we connect with that, because in that
Nine steps.
will be possibility also where we connect with the UFSI, and that will be connected to through the agri-stack.
Ours is a more advanced.
Whether agri-stack is developed in Maharashtra, land development, land digitization also done. Without that,
Land digitalization is done in Maharashtra.
Digitization is done, sir.
It's done in Maharashtra, sir. And for every land record, they charge 15 rupees. 15, sir.
Sir, this is the land records have been digitized, and they have that integration in the ULI.
Yes, sir. ULI.
ULI mein it is there.
We'll have to see whether they are integrated with UFSI also. That is one.
Agri stack mein nahi kiya.
No, that is one. And secondly, in fact, Maharashtra government is ready to have an online creation of charge also. They have given that clearance. So without that, they will not be able to do. So that means reservation. Only thing is whether they are integrated with.
UFSI has got a separate framework. This data of Maharashtra has to be made in that. Of course, not. Whereas ULI is available in the
so that is where 15 rupees.
Sir, in Maharashtra, farmers bringing the certificate to the bank and then the bank gives them.
So farmers will not have an issue to bear such expenses. So this is for a single one. So then zero expenses will be there or any other UID expenses will be there. That will come to a substantial amount. 50 rupees covers only technology charges.
Even for civil records and also reports, 4 rupees. Right? Also, will also be borne by the obviously farmer only in case of.
For the time being, no, see whether CIBIL need to be there or not, that we have to take a decision. So CIBIL is a proxy to lack of knowledge of the customer. But being the local level, they should know the customer well. CIBIL is needed or not, that policy level decision.
I would request all STCBs to kindly identify a senior officer who will act as this nodal officer, single point of contact as far as all communication for EKCC portal is concerned. So that you kindly do, and also share the mobile number and details with department. Email ID is stpid@nabard.org.
Yeah, the idea is to create one group where all the single point of contact of the STCBs are there, NABARD is there, the technical service provider is also there, so that we can create a pathway for achieving, 1 crore of EKCCs by end of March. The idea. If we can do that, the largest loan.
Right? Tripura is accepted.
So Tripura, these services are already live, sir. This is the reason. They are in phase 1, sir. ULI land record service is live.
Already.
Yes, sir. This is the reason.
That's the only northeastern state which is on
Only
ULI.
Tripura the services are live. Okay, sir. Phase 1. Okay. In phase 1, Tripura is covered. So
Tripura se कौन है?
Next slide.
हाँ, yes, you are there. तो उधर अभी ऑनलाइन कुछ कर रहे हैं क्या? Okay. Okay.
So we are targeting to onboard all these cooperative banks on EKCC portal. And in first phase, we propose that cooperative banks where these ULI services of RBH are live, these states will be onboarded first, including Tripura from Northeast, where Tripura is the first state from Northeast where ULI services are live as on date. And in phase 2, we will be targeting all banks from Northeastern states. Even there are not, in the case where these ULI services are not live, then also we'll be onboarding them.
No, how many state cooperative banks have that loan origination system? For loan management system? And survey में loan origination and either of these?
नई अलमारी आई है
Okay. In that case, no, as an SSC offering, loan origination, loan management initially itself we can give.
Next slide, please.
So Meghalaya, we have a loan origination system developed in house.
No?
So we developed it in house.
So bureau checking where hota hai?
No, sir, not bureau checking.
That is for all types of loans or only particular type of loan?
As of now, for all types of loans. But in the case of BC, we have what is called a branch loan.
No. So, that is an accounting thing. No, now when the mobile banking app is getting developed, these all things will get integrated to that. E-PAX is for that PAX at the branch level or the PAX level to access that software. It's not available to the.
The sanction process is already there. So once we have the interface for the farmer availability, this EKCC can be taken into account in the E-PAX function.
Yes. That's what you are trying to do.
That's why integration.
You are in which state? You are in which state? MP. So your CBS is getting integrated, or how? What is? What you are integrating? Your PAX software or PAX software?
Then in first phase, by 31st of May, we envisage to cover 10 lakh KCCs through this portal. And for this, we have identified these 4 states where these ULI land records are also available and tripartite agreement has already been executed. So from this chunk, I think we have already taken only 15% of the all total KCC. This is a very, very realistic target. And I would request representatives from these states in particular that in this task you kindly be with NABARD so that this can be achieved in the next year.
कि आपको ये आरएच बनाएंगे या आपको मेंबर बनाएंगे ये कैसे क्या एफएसडी को भेज दिया वो डिपार्टमेंट को भेजा है बाकी डिपार्टमेंट क्या करेंगे जैसे उसमें जो आरएससी थी पहले ओडीडी की और एफएसडी की जो आरएससी थी उसको कंबाइन कर दिया अरे आरएससी आरएससी रीजनल एडवाइजरी ग्रुप किसका था हमारा एफएसडी का था रीजनल एडवाइजरी कमेटी थी
Andhra Pradesh and Puducherry, and we have onboarded 70 CCTs, 13 from Andhra Pradesh, 1 from MP, 1 from Maharashtra, and 1 from Odisha, and 19 from we also onboarded 30 RRPs on this portal. These are the bank onboarding status for these banks.
असल में क्या है कि मतलब उनको बनाया जाना चाहिए इसमें उन्हीं पर लिस्ट दे दो ना अपनी जो मेंबर्स है ना कोई लिस्ट दे दो उसी में से आप 5-6 मेंबर चूज कर लो वो है क्या हमारे पास वो है मेरे लिए है तो देखो ये नंबर नहीं है जो उसी में से दे देते हैं 5-6 बाकी तो सीडीपी को हमने क्या मतलब सीडीपी को बैंक वाले एक एसएलबीसी और सीडीपी को तो बनाई ही नहीं है ना लेकिन क्या
Yeah. That is only a request and ask from Maharashtra.
So, as the case is being, and then they are being asked to onboard the DCCDs onto then some portal. So, both are similar in the market. Then some of the application, the farmer enters the detail is available open to all banks. Every bank can click it and then sanction it. And it is not due to the retail cooperative. And the bank is mentioned this one. Here, the tax rollover is going to the customer.
Okay. No. Who is asking you to integrate with Jansamad?
All the government.
No. Their issue. Government sponsored schemes, yes. Other than that, yeah, KCC. See, that is an option. That is an option given to the farmer to either apply through Jansamad or to any other means. The problem with applying through Jansamad is that for each loan application, once it is sanctioned or not sanctioned, they will charge 400 rupees or something. So who will bear the cost? For commercial banks are bearing the cost. They are not passing on to the farmer. Whether cooperatives also will be able to bear the cost?
Then other banks would like to.
Okay, now we are also talking to Jansamar on our own manner. So that data for the cooperatives will come through this. Even it will be linking through this. So now we are also that. No, now for that now we have now taken our stake in Jansamar also. That is OPL, which is the technology service provider to the Jansamar. So we have invested in their in their share capital also. NABARD is also shareholder in Jansamar. That rather OPL. So we'll have a board seat. So we'll be having say in their whatever decisions they are having. So we'll discuss that in favor of cooperatives and regional banks. For that purpose only we have taken stake. And then we are working with the technology provider to make use of all the stack which they have developed to get in a link to the cooperative, that SSC also. That we are doing that. So yeah.
The tax competitive software. I think then people will
Yeah.
not go to.
So there we told that it will be a cost plus approach rather than per transaction thing. We will bargain for whatever their out of pocket costs plus say 5%, 10%, something like that for their profits sustainability. That we are negotiating with them. Hopefully we'll that will be done because when the board also will be there, so to take decisions. Then here volumes are there. No, that is what we are looking at. So here a lot of small farmers and marginal farmers are there, numbers. So one more thing, there is a larger threat in KRP once deduplication happens. So choice will be given to the farmer. Right now we know every farmer will have a KCC account with the cooperative, an RRB or commercial bank. So now in the KRP level, there is a deduplication happening. So far we were resisting that they wanted to implement it 2 years back onwards. That is why some delay was there in the interest subvention release also. Now we asked them to make it prospective. So in the prospective sense, then by that time we should be capable of having enough number of KCCs. Otherwise, and also adequate amounts of KCC to farmer. Otherwise, farmer will choose whichever bank is giving higher KCC limit, they will go to there. So that will also. Yes. So this threat also is there. So right now, PAX is now having a large number of duplicate cases. I'll say that. So up to 50,000 they will take from PAX. Another 1 lakh or 2 lakhs from this commercial banks. So this threat we need to now stop. So how we can do it fast? So there is no time left. Maybe next March onwards they will go for deduplication. We can't blame government also. A lot of leakages are happening. Right now itself they say that around 3 to 4,000 crore of leakages they have prevented. आगे जाके वो ज़्यादा prevent किया तो फिर now we told the government that the 50,000 whatever loan is there for the cooperatives, they should be given the first choice to give the interest subvention. For the remaining amounts only for the time being to the commercial banks. Then going forward, deduplication will have to happen.
Sir has already very nicely, in fact, explained because it's a commercial decision. Obviously, bank would like to onboard on that portal, which is cheaper. And in this case, EKCC portal only offers per KCC 50 rupees plus applicable GST, while JanSmart portal is, I think, offering more than 300 rupees. So even in any case, it's a win-win situation for your bank if you opt for EKCC portal instead of JanSmart portal. Yeah, last one. This is the status of tripartite agreement executed. As on date, we have received from these 9 states, basically Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Haryana, RRB also in Haryana, and Karnataka DCCB, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, both RRBs and state cooperative banks.
I'd just like to come in. I think today there is a news item, Uttar Pradesh. I think some
Chief Minister's
directed issuance of KCC. So I think, sir, we should, and UP I understand is also under ULI final stages of integration.
You should do it faster.
So if we can do quickly, I think the numbers are huge. So if we can make a dent there, sir, it will really make a big difference for us. So हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए, we will try to do that because now the climate is also very suitable. The Chief Minister himself has given the direction that over the next 1 year,
Kharif season sowing now will come.
Yes, now will come. If we can do that, and already ULI integration testing for almost all the districts are over, and it is working well. That is a message we got from RBI Innovation Hub. So we will also be in touch with Pankaj Kumar ji, our CGM. Let us try to set up a meeting and try to have a plan of which banks we can onboard now, which will come first, which will come next, sort of over the next 2 to 3 months, so that at least good number of people can be onboarded, sir. UP is a priority state for us that way, because especially today's announcement, I just wanted to clarify.
At the end, a small 5 minutes video clip is also there, sir, with your permission.
No time to play.
Only about that, about the EKCC, only 5 minutes. Okay, done.
No, what is that you are doing? Video?
Small, sir, you
Sound.
For our farmers, getting a loan used to be a long, tiring process. With long forms, multiple point verifications, slow approvals, and manual disbursements, it was a struggle. But now, with the EKCC application, the process is simple and fast. Register with Aadhaar, select your bank, fetch your land details, and check your loan eligibility all in one place. E-sign and submit your application with ease and get the in-principle sanction instantly. Your loan is sanctioned by the PAX officials. DCCB branch manager disburses the amount directly to your account. You can easily track the progress and status of your application. Farmer feels happy seeing the loan amount credited to his savings account without hassles, empowering farmers for hassle-free credit through technology. EKCC, Saag Se Samriddhi.
Thank you, sir. At the end, I would request all state cooperative banks to kindly support this initiative of NABARD.
Once integrate, we'll customize it for each cooperative bank and give. You can run the site. Once we create a demand, we should be able to meet the supply also, with supply. Otherwise, demand is great here, we are not able to meet, then there's a problem.
We have already shared the agreements with your banks, sir, through our regional offices. Yeah.
Agreement formats are given to all the states. एक बार देख लीजिए and let us.
Otherwise, we'll share it again. No issues in that.
Send it across.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks again.
So thank you. We are closing this agenda item after lunch, first agenda item. Now we can break for tea for 15 minutes. And after that, we'll come with this 3:40.
Tea can be served here.
Okay.
Ask them to serve.
Okay. So now we'll move to our second agenda. That is a presentation by NABARD Institutional Development IDD Head Office, strengthening of weak cooperative banks through turnaround plan approach.
Brief to the phone. Who is making the presentation?
Yes.
Make it very brief to the point.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Presentation.
This one.
Okay. Good afternoon again. So far, we have been discussing about various technological initiatives and then MOC initiatives. As you're aware that NABARD undertakes various development initiatives for the cooperative sector, particularly the cooperative banks. And we have introduced some intervention initiatives recently during the last year. NABARD has introduced a few new initiatives last year, and we plan to introduce furthermore initiative for the cooperative sector during the coming year. So we'll be discussing one of those initiatives which we undertook last year and which has been implemented from 1st of April 2025. Any country, they require a strong financial and banking system.
for economic, stability and financial stability. And cooperative banks being one of the important components of the banking sector, they need to be equally strong. So we have come out with a approach for banks which are not strong enough, which we are calling them as potential banks. However, they are weak banks, which we classify under NABARD norms. Next, please. So why do we require strong banks? Unless the bank is strong, they won't have the necessary wherewithal or the financial resources for adequate and timely credit to the farmers and rural entrepreneurs. And if unless the bank is strong enough, the customers won't have the confidence. And there are instances where there are a flight of customers when the bank turned weak. So it's very important that these cooperative banks are strong enough to retain the customers' confidence and to retain the customers itself. Now, the customers, these cooperative banks are facing competition from new age banks, NBFCs, MFIs, and unless they are strong enough, they won't be surviving in this, this competitive era. Another thing which Secretary Corporation mentioned was that cooperative banks should strive to become, self-sufficient and independent. If you are weak, then you will have to depend on government support and then ad hoc funding, and then there will be a lot of controls from the supporters. The funds don't come free; they come with a lot of conditionalities. Another thing is, there are some government initiatives or government programs where cooperative banks are involved, particularly the subsidy schemes. And if the bank is not strong enough, they won't be able to participate in those schemes. So it's very important that the banks are strong, and so that they can provide those supports, so they can participate in those schemes and they can support their clients. And lastly, there are banks. The weakness in these banks lead to regulatory non-compliance also. If the bank is financially not strong, they will not be able to meet the CRR norms, they will not be able to meet the NPA norms and the return and the profitability, which are regulatory concerns and supervisory concerns. Next. Now, what are the benefits of a strong bank? Strong banks enjoy certain benefits. They'll enjoy a lot of benefits, in fact. They have leverage in accessing NABARD support for refinance and other agencies also. So we have certain standards and eligibility criteria. And weak banks, if they don't satisfy those criteria, they won't be able to, get the NABARD support in terms of refinance or any other support. Now, the strong banks only can have the ability to, expand the business operations and introduce new products and services. As we said, that strong banks, they enjoy the credibility and the trust of the customers and the various stakeholders, like NABARD and government. Now, strong cooperative banks or any strong banks, they can, face any stress or any market downturns if they are very strong. Now, coming to we have already discussed that strong banks. It's very easy for the strong banks to adhere to regulatory compliances, unlike weak banks. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Now, coming to the status of this rural cooperative bank as on 31st March 2023, when we have analyzed the performance of these banks as per the supervisory ratings and the supervisory action framework, there are 94 DCCBs and 4 state cooperative banks which have been classified as weak banks. Now, which banks are known as weak banks? Those banks which are under C and D category as per the inspection ratings and which fall under the supervisory action framework. Now, among the 98 RCBs, 32 RCBs are there who are not compliant with Section 11 of the VR Act. And the details are as under like Madhya Pradesh, there are 11 banks, Uttar Pradesh 9, Maharashtra 4, Jammu Kashmir 4, Bihar 3, Arunachal 1. And out of these banks, 39 DCCBs and 2 STCBs, they are in losses and they are not able to meet the regulatory CRR norms. Next, please. Now, if you come to the state-wise bifurcation, you can see that there are 94 DCCB. These are the state-wise bifurcation, and the largest number of weak banks are in states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and there are these four state cooperative banks who are also categorized as weak. I presume that Kerala has improved the performance this year, so they may escape this category. They may not come under this weak category. Next, please. Now, there are certain regulatory concern and risk in weak banks which are not well managed or with their financial weak. Like they persistently they don't comply with the statutory and prudential norms, something like the CRR norms, the NPA norms, or the return on investment, return on assets. These weak banks also suffer from high level of NPS and loan defaults. These banks are also have very poor, internal controls and systems, internal processes, and weak internal, audit and inspection system. Now, these banks also suffer from governance issues, like they are not able to afford, skilled staff, and there is lack of professionalism in the management, and there's political interference. And as we discussed earlier, that these big banks, they suffer from, deficit of public trust and possibly, withdrawal of customers. Next. Now, what the way forward for these weak banks? So NABARD has taken an initiative to introduce a turnaround plan approach for these weak banks. So we'll be discussing what are the framework of this turnaround plan, what are the components of this turnaround plan. Next, please. So what's a turnaround plan? Basically, it's a plan document with clear roadmaps for comprehensive improvement, not only on financial aspects, but various non-financial aspects. Otherwise, traditionally, if you see, most of the banks used to concentrate on the financial aspects. But, these non-financial aspects like human resources, technology, governance, they enable you to, achieve your financial performance. So they are also equally important as the financial parameters. Now, this turnaround plan, they consist of specific activities under various parameters and the deliverables which they need to achieve in a time-bound manner. Now, this turnaround plan is not only the responsibility of the bank. There are various stakeholders involved, like the state government, like NABARD, like the training institutions. So it's a multi-stakeholders approach, basically. So unless all the stakeholders are completely involved and sincerely involved, it may not be very easy it will be challenging to implement the turnaround plan. And then we have an institutional mechanism for implementation of this plan and monitoring and review. Like this, we have a system of having a nodal officers in the bank itself, and then a nodal officer, mentor officers in NABARD. Then we have a system of district level and state level monitoring mechanism. So we are trying to have a holistic approach for implementing this turnaround plan. Next, please. So now, what are the objectives? We already discussed. The major objective is to improve the business processes, the outcomes. There's internal checks and controls. Then to enable these banks to improve their profitability through business diversification, cost rationalization, human resource improvement, adoption of technology, and improvement of governance. Now, this turnaround plan also enable these banks to meet the regulatory compliances like the CRR and the return of asset and the NPA norms. This turnaround plan will also targeted to improve the governance standards in these banks, because we expect that unless the board or the top management adheres to this government standards, it's very difficult for the bank to turn around, because whatever planning, whatever implementation, or whatever quality aspect has to come, it has to come from the top. It has to start from the top. Next, please. So what are we expecting from this turnaround plan? So we expect a holistic development of the bank. It's not only the financial part or maybe the non-financial part or only the technology part. It's a totally comprehensive and holistic. We expect holistic development of these cooperative banks and the transparent governance and professionalism. We are also focusing on technology, as we discussed that SSC will come into place, and there are a lot of other technological interventions. So this turnaround plan will also involve adoption of those technologies. And then there will be focus on improving the human capabilities through continuous training, capacity building, sensitization of at all levels, right from the board level to the top management and the staff. And then what do you want to achieve from it? Ultimately, after the implementation of this turnaround plan, we expect that the banks will improve their supervisory ratings, right? Because we are saying that all the banks which are in C and D categories are weak. So after implementation of this turnaround plan, over a period of 2 to 3 years, we expect that these banks will upgrade their rating to at least category grade B, category B, and turn into a very vibrant and profitable institution. Next, please. Now, what is the turnaround plan? What is the approach? How do you prepare the turnaround plan? It's a holistic strategy, like involving consisting of various financial parameters, non-financial parameters, governance parameters, technology, human resources. And this turnaround plan will be prepared in a consultative approach, like involving all the stakeholders. Not only the bank's plan, it's a plan which has to be owned by the state government, it has to be owned by the bank, it has to be owned by NABARD itself. So it's the turnaround plan which will be prepared, it will be a consultative and participatory approach. Now the success of this turnaround plan lies in the ownership of the plan. Unless the bank, unless the board, unless the staff owns the plan, it will be very challenging, to achieve all the deliverables which are given in the turnaround plan. Now, this turnaround plan, which is envisages continuous, as I mentioned earlier, it will be a continuous capacity building, and then there will be an institutional monitoring mechanism. And end of it, end of the year, we are also contemplating to reward such banks who will be effectively implementing this turnaround plan, who will be meeting their envisaged deliverables, and if they are able to achieve, the turnaround maybe in a period of 1 year, 2 years, against the 3 years. So we'll be recognizing such banks in events like this. So that's one of the motivating, things which we want to implement. Next, please. Now, turnaround plan. What are the components? It's we are covering business diversification, we'll be covering governance, internal checks and control, technology adoption, cost rationalization, because cost rationalization is very important, the source of fund, whether the bank is able to source cheaper sources of fund, whether they're able to tap resources from agencies which provide cheaper sources of fund. And then the human resource development, which will be consisting of continuous capacity building and sensitization of the at all the levels, right from the board to the staff levels. Next, please. Now, some of the strategies of turnaround plan, like how to augment the share capital. Remember, it will involve increasing the membership and the borrowing members. And in case of very weak banks, something like Section 11 banks, then they'll have to approach the state government for capital contribution. Now, for coming to the business, how to mobilize cheap deposits, how to expand the loans and the advances, how to diversify the loan and advances, how to undertake non-credit business. Now, as you heard, that every PAX has to undertake 2 to 3 non-credit business. So you have how the bank is able to expand their business to these non-credit activities. So that also one of the important parameters. NPA management, which is very important. Most of the banks are weak because of high NPS. So what effort these banks are taking for reducing their NPS. So that will be covered under this turnaround plan strategy. Next, please. Now, governance. Most of around only 65% of the banks are satisfying the fit and proper criteria norms. So there's a thrust from Reserve Bank of India that most of all the banks have to have the board and the CEO which are complying with the fit and proper criteria. And then there should be policies and committees in place. Most of the banks don't have the required policies or the required committees. Even if they have the committees, they are not functioning well. So the effectiveness of these committees, that's also will be a part of this turnaround plan. The technology adoption, we already discussed that will be a very important component of this turnaround plan, and that human resource development. Next, please. Now, how this turnaround plan will be implemented. like we have asked all the banks to undertake a diagnostic study to identify the key focus area, the key pain areas for the bank, and for which they need to frame an action for implementation under the turnaround plan. This turnaround plan needs to be finalized in a consultative mode. Now we have already undertaken sensitization of this all the 98 banks through BIRD on how to prepare a realistic turnaround plan, and that based on those sensitization, all the banks are expected to prepare a realistic turnaround plan, get it approved in the board, and launch it from 1st of April. Now we'll be seeing the status whether how many banks have prepared and launched those turnaround plans. Now and then there will be, as we discussed, that there will be continuous capacity building through CPEC, through CTS, and maybe through the cooperative university as well. And then there will be a review mechanism at district, state, and national level. Next, please. Now, this is the status of turnaround plan against 98 banks which were required to prepare the turnaround plan. 91 banks are prepared. So the achievement and the preparation is very good. However, the launch, the approval of the board and the launch, there we are having some shortcomings. About 1/3 of the banks are still required to get the turnaround plan approved by the board and launch it. So we are requesting the state cooperative banks to kindly pursue with those DCCBs who are yet to get the turnaround plan ratified by the board and launch it as soon as possible. Next, please. So these are our expectations, that the turnaround plan should be owned by the various stakeholders, particularly the state government and the banks. And there's an imperative need to, prepare the turnaround plan, which most of the banks have done it. But then there's a requirement for getting the approval of the board and launching for implementation as quick as possible. Then this turnaround implementation will involve coordination with various stakeholders and then regular monitoring. Because once the turnaround plan is implemented, it's very necessary to monitor the progress, where we have reached, what are the support which we require for meeting the objective of meeting the deliverables. And then we are also envisaging that the banks may document the success story. If you have done a good work or introduce some best practices, kindly document it so that we can propagate it among other cooperative banks for internalization or propagation. Next, please. So this is all is regarding turnaround plan. Now I want to say that similar approach was adopted for the regional rural banks when the government provided them the recapitalization support. So all the RRBs were advised, were envisaged to prepare a viability plan. There they gave the neighbors as a viability plan of 3 years, and the success was so good that most of the banks turned around, except 2 RRBs, I think. So out of 22 RRBs which were considered weak, 20 RRBs turned around by implementing this viability plan. So we expect that this 98 weak banks, they also implement this turnaround plan effectively and come out of this from this weak category, and so that after end of 3 years, we may not have any weak cooperative banks in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is now we have an open house session, and this session is kept for the discussion on bank specific issues and sharing of learnings and all. So now the banks are free to raise their issues and we can discuss further. IDT can lead the discussions. Yeah. Yeah, this now.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. we are in the process of migration of CBS from our existing CBS to NABARD model, and that possibly we are intended to join TCS model. After formation of this SSC, may I know how long it may take to realize this SSC on the platform, on the floor? Okay. Not call center, sir. Yes. We are in process of migration of CBS platform from existing vendor to this.
They are on Infrasoft. They want to migrate to TCS. So they have already got, correct me if I'm wrong,
yes, sir.
You have a board approval to migrate to NABARD umbrella, TCS, all the banks, 50 banks plus.
We shot some guidance from NABARD also, NABARD also. Yes. No, not at all.
TCS. Sir, Pankaj had spoken to me. They had a board meeting where they in principle agreed that they will come to our this one. But the migration is from a non-TCS platform. So the RFP which was discovered was for a TCS upgradation. So that technical thing is being discussed. Cooperatives is also there, our CBS consultant. Sir, you would like to add?
That can be done, but generally what we have seen as far as TCS is concerned, what we prefer is in such cases, because the process becomes very complicated. There are different kinds of software, different tools that can be used. So what they prefer to do is they simply take the outstanding balance and migrate to the new software as if you are starting with a new CBS. That what they say, what they have done in some of the banks, and what they say is that whatever old data is there, you store that data, and since you already have the license of the existing software, you maintain that particular software. So in case of any emergency requirement or in case of any statements which is required by the people, that can be generated out of it and passed on to them. But for a lesser amount, because number of users will be much lesser depending on what. Yes. No. Sir, the problem is as I said, the migration cost of that becomes very high. They initially quoted only 5 lakh rupees for the migration part. Compared to that, let's say in one of the cases which we have identified price, they are asking if you want legacy data altogether to be transferred. For one single bank, they're asking for 1.75 crore. So that makes a huge difference in terms of price. So either if I'm ready to pay that kind of an amount, maybe CH also will agree. But at our price discovery, whatever we did, at that time they said that we will charge only 5 lakh rupees. And some additional cost will be there that the bank has to go on along with that 5 lakh, but that is with the outstanding balance.
Sir, I'm not discussing about the rate card. According to rate card, if we are going through the rate card, one-time cost comes around to be 47 lakhs per bank. Apart from the 5 lakhs, I have calculated all the one-time cost. But my question is different one, not the cost. My question is, after joining this TCS platform and formation of this SSC, whether the CBS vendor will be same or it is going to be changed? Question number one. Question number two, whether we are using our own data center and DR site for our CBS, or we will be using the same DC and DR of the TCS itself. No. we are having, if you are, yes, if you are talking about TCS model. No, we were earlier having, but right now we are having the Yota cloud. Yeah, cloud. Hey. So, no. No. So certain more questions are there. Let me finish first. Another question is, we are direct member of RTGS Net and all the digital payment services. Whether we will be continuing with our services, NABARD will be taking charge of all these and we will be some member of all. And the another thing is, our main challenge is mobile banking license and internet banking license. Due to certain riders of RBI, we are not getting license for all the DCCBs there because they are not eligible. Whether after joining our SSC model, whether we are going to get relaxation for those DCBs we are not eligible as per the RBI rider. And
so RBI will be waiting.
Yeah.
We can provide mobile banking service. The RBI is concerned because of your low LPA.
Yes, 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 yes.
They're concerned with that the cooperative bank may not invest enough in power management, technology application. They may not have money. That is taken care by the CA or SSC. That is why RBI will have more power. Now we are talking about
some financial riders are there, bank-wise riders are there. NPA should be this one, CRR should be. Some financial NPA, CRR, all the bank-wise riders.
CRR is down. You don't have financial capacity to invest further.
Yes.
So RBI is concerned that if you are not investing in technology, then they are opening a tap. So fraud can happen. Fraud management will not take care. That is why RBI is looking at. If SSC is providing those services, the first part is taken care. So RBI will have more comfort to utilize. That part will take care. So that license we have with RBI. And there's an understanding that once SSC established and cannot say that licenses will be given based on SSC service.
Yes, sir. And what about UPI acquired licenses like RTGS direct membership, UPI acquired licenses?
Right. So license want to continue that. That will take a call after assessing the cost benefit. If you have direct membership,
yeah,
we will continue to use that and then we'll see what is the you don't know if you provide the object coming down. At the time, you take a call. Right now, we are not going to that extent. I will assess that. What is the best option?
And one session I have also given to the Manish sir, we are facing the problem of, as per NABARD guidelines, we can use PAX as a BC. But there is scarcity of PAX as a BC as per NABARD guidelines. Yes, there is a guidelines of NABARD. Yes, but there is scarcity of staff in the PAX itself. So I have advised him and I have requested him to have use SSC as a BC, corporate BC, work as a corporate BC for cooperative banks at PAX also.
We have a plan to have a corporate BC for all the cooperative banks. SSC will set up. That plan is there. Even talking to NRLM to set up a joint company, NABARD plus NRLM together, because NRLM is having bank facilities. Almost 1.25 lakh bank facilities are there.
Yes, yes.
And cooperatives direct facilities are BC. Around 80,000 is got under cooperation among cooperatives and ATMs. We are micro ATMs to take a we thought that around 75 to 80,000 BCs will be there. So that 3 lakh BCs will be there. So that instead of going through the FA portal and any other private corporate BC, why can't we set up?
Yes.
The NRLM had agreed. Unfortunately, the NRLM CEO got retired. Otherwise, we have taken it forward. Now, with SSC coming to be as a part of cooperative, we are having a thinking that we will provide the corporate BC. So we have already discussed with the companies who are having the BC experience. To associate with them. So that we provide the technology. But that is not a technology. FI gateway need to be there.
Yes.
To stop different users.
Yes.
FI gateway. That will that will be one of the offerings.
And in addition to all this is as one of my friends.
You want gap to C6, right? 2 lakh your engagement with other private companies and corporate depending on your whatever terms and conditions you entered. We have
Then so the gateway, just like you know, that the BC you have a gateway to interact with the seniors, no?
So we are not having this.
That kind of gateway we don't have.
No, so in the
Case, we can engage, yeah, we can engage only banks as this. We can't engage any other entity as this.
yes, so
Understanding banks is not operation department is now those of RBI.
Yeah. But non-credit societies can be BCs. Non-credit dairy societies, non-credit societies, lamps, they can become your.
Yes, they can become. Yes.
Non-credit societies can become, non-banking societies can become BCs, not banks. Banks are banking. If banks are undertaking deposits and advances, they are not technically eligible to become BC. Other than some interpretation there, so we are.
So, but in the case of Meghalaya, what the RRB has done is they've taken the state rural under NRLM, they've taken the SRLS State Rural Livelihood Society as the corporate BC. But of course,
They are not corporate. I mean, numbers are engaged as BC. What is corporate? Corporate thinking every technology service provider plus a manpower provider. So here SRLM can be a manpower provider because SSG members will act as. But technology has to be given by a private entity or a bank.
Yeah, naturally.
And then front-end bench that micro ATM should be integrated with the FA gateway, which will serve with the integrated CBS. So that seamless transaction will happen. So that private banks are having, RRBs are also having. So they are engaging. For that ATM switch and all will come.
Yeah.
So all these transactions have to go through the switch. So these issues are there. These are complex issues. My understanding was that cooperatives are permitted to.
No, sir.
If not, we can seek permission from RBI. If it's SSC, put up with then we can.
So
There
there's
is a need for BCs for cooperatives.
Yes.
so in fact we got this clarified from NABARD.
Because to run the NABARD
Only
scheme of
facts can-
micro ATM and all the
Given to dairy societies and non-dairy societies. Banks should be there.
Tax to be there.
As we there.
Tax to be
So primarily it was meant for packs only. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, primarily it was meant for packs only.
Sir, kind submission.
See, now individuals can become BCs of cooperative banks. That is permitted. So if you engage a secretary who is an individual as a BC, technically yes.
No, sir. No, sir.
Individual कर सकते हैं. No, actually RBI has agreed when during discussions, I think RBI has agreed that individuals can be taken as BCs.
Detailed
But
guidelines.
they said that they will issue the guidelines. That guidelines have not come for last 6 months. It's one of the issues flagged by Corporation Ministry with RBI. So every meeting, Corporation Secretary having with the Governor RBI and or with the DFS, this issue is flagged. Yeah, that is the question. No, PACs are your BCs technically.
Sir, kind submission.
Yeah.
Under this tax computation project, sir, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we have procured this micro ATM tab also, sir. So that this PAC will act as a banking outlet for DCC. Of course, they are having a CBS, sir. In order to enable the farmers at PAC level to integrate with the payment channels, a farmer at a PAC level to do RTGS transaction and UPI, APS, sir. We have got this.
So strictly, okay, I understood that. Strictly, that will be violation of RBI guideline.
So through third party, sir, as we are not permitted, sir, we are not done as a BC, corporate BC. Through third party technical service provider, through an RFP process, sir, we have got that technology.
So technology you can have, but when PACs are operating it, technically PACs are coming to payment systems.
Yes.
PACs are not banks who can be allowed to the payment system. So RBI will have objection.
Actually,
But then See, we were talking to RBI to have a lenient views considering the structure of cooperatives and all. If a private party is doing that, yes, there is a problem. But when a cooperative is there, the structure is like this. So RBI should relax certain guidelines, specifically with all the riders and all. So all the riders and all, we are trying to understand that we will structure it in SSC so that RBI will have the confidence to give permission. So that's what we'll take care.
We submitted a formal request, sir,
Yeah,
to enable PACS.
yes. I think from Andhra, right?
Yes.
Andhra, you from your corporate secretary, Mr. Babu, has written also.
Yes.
So I think we are hosting that on all those mobile applications in our DCDR. That we are taking.
बट सर सर जो मॉडल बायलॉज है पैक्स का मॉडल बायलॉज उसमें भी बीसी पैक्स को बनाया जा सकता है इसमें प्रोविजन है
Yeah, provision can be there, but it is subject to other guidelines, like including when banking comes, RBI is supreme. Even if you have any law, RBI's law is supreme because RBI is authorized by the parliament to regulate banking. So, वो powers में they can issue guidelines. So, if any entity, if a bank is telling that no, my board has given these powers, so I'll do that. But it's subject to what is RBI is telling. So, your powers are subject to that. Bylaws may permit.
Actually, sir, writing banks. Guys are writing there.
In south, especially Kerala, Karnataka.
पैक्स
Not remote.
पैक्स बैंक नहीं है ना सर
They went to the court and
मॉडल बाइलॉज है मॉडल बाइलॉज आपको इनेबलिंग प्रोविजंस देता है कि आप क्या भविष्य में कर सकते आप कंपनी रजिस्टर करते हो तो आप जितने सारे आपको लगता है कि आप कर सकते हो उनके नाम पे आप कर सकते हो तो मोर देन 25 एक्टिविटीज आर देयर जिसके नाम पे रजिस्टर तो कर लिया है नाउ डीसी अगर आपको रन करना है देन देयर आर आरबीआई रेगुलेशंस नाबार्ड रेगुलेशंस तो उसके लिए इंडिविजुअल्स को दे आर एग्रीइंग फॉर दैट गाइडलाइंस में कम इन 6 मंथ्स और सो डिटेल गाइडलाइंस so that will be at par with पैक्स का इंडिविजुअल ही तो है वो that individuals under the
नहीं
पैक्स
सर उसमें अंतर है पैक्स को बैंक के रूप में नहीं कहा जा सकता पैक्स जो डिपॉजिट कलेक्ट करता है केवल अपने मेंबर से करता है बाहरी लोगों से नहीं कर सकता दूसरा पैक्स
दो चीजें होती है
डीडी जारी नहीं कर सकता चेक जारी नहीं कर
दो चीजें होती है कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट होता है पैक्स भी कमीशन अपना रखता है उसमें है ना बीसी का अलग कमीशन है तो वो कैसे होगा फिर वो इसको देखते हुए कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है तो इसीलिए
so in that context no for my understanding no this is not NABARD policy this is not corporation department's policy for my understanding whether PACs should conduct banking business or whether they should become only activity based like they can that lot of activities corporation ministry has told like petrol bank denotes they can work just like FPOs whether in that case RBI will be comfortable that PACs can become business correspondents, source deposits for a fee, give loans for a fee, manage the collections for a fee.
Long term, they should.
So when technology is coming there, I think PACs are not best suited to do banking because it's not a regulated activity as well. So it is a lot of other issues which we are seeing in Kerala. In Kerala, you know that no, for every 100 rupee of deposits in the whole of corporation in India, almost 65 rupees are in Kerala. 65% of the deposits are in Kerala, but then they are not under deposit insurance. Nothing is there. So customer RBI is worried, and they are using the word bank also. They say service cooperative bank, but actually they are not banks. But public believes that they are state government owned entities, so they give deposits. And then there are KYC issues, a lot of money laundering issues, lot of issues. When frauds happen in PACs, these are all PACs. When fraud happen in PACs in Kerala, it will be order of 100 crores, 200 crores, 300 crore PACs. Frauds. Still, they are able to survive. That much big are those PACs in Kerala. So why I'm telling is that no, they can become this sourcing. So that is the ideal. As per my understanding of banking, PACs should become business correspondents. That is my personal understanding, not NABARD chairman's understanding. Also, don't quote me anywhere. So that my policy is bound by what is the Government of India priority. What is NABARD board's priority? As a banker, I am telling that PACs will ideally should become a fee income generator. They generate fees for everything, and that way they will become profitable. And every technology will be provided by the DCCBs through SSC or whatever it is. But then we are not moving in that direction. Very clear. So PACs, as per the current thing, they have to do banking also, and that is the instruction from the higher ups also. The new PACs have to start banking. So now, if you feel you are the people in the field, if you feel that there is a policy change needed or nothing, you have to take up. if you feel that it is good, or current system is good, we'll go with that. Our current system, whatever we are developing, will be PAX. Now, right now, the PAX software contains all the banking needs. We'll provide that. And then you should not look at PAX as BCs. That there will be an issue, conflict issue will be there. Or restrict PAX to agricultural loans. Other types of loans, DCCB can do. So whether that will be okay, or PAX can do even retail loans. Whether so that provision is there. PAX software contains all the provisions, but it is up to the district cooperative bank and state cooperative bank to take a call. What is that to be done? So 3-tier structure is there. So we can't weaken the 3-tier also. All the tiers should be intact. So you take a call. It is your board to take a call. What types of business, who all to do. So it is all decentralized. Institutions are there. SSC will provide the software. We will have all the provisions. Think about it. But there, no, these NCL issues, everything issues, because customer will not wait. Customer wants from one entity, one institution, all the services. They can't go to, say, for agricultural loan, they have to go to this, for other loans to that. So that way may not like generally. A good customer. A bad customer will remain.
But is that this PAX will become de facto bank, right?
Right now, in Kerala system is that PAX are de facto banks. In most of the, I don't know about the other states, but at least partially they are doing banking. Deposit collection, I don't know how many of them are.
So West Bengal, we are using this, we are extending service to the customers of the PAX, and PAX is behaving there as CSP, customer service point.
West Bengal.
In West Bengal, not BC, it is, the term is
Okay,
CSP.
so technically, we have understood that. Technically, your CBS, there is a terminal in the PAX, right?
No, sir.
They can, at the PAX level.
They are having their IPK software.
IPK software.
They are having an interface.
Who is operating that? No, username, password, kiske paas hai?
Usi ke paas hai.
So that means that is that is your CBS only, IPK software.
IPK has interface with CBS.
So that means, you have provided an interface at the PAX level for your CBS. Technically, the account holder, account is in CBS.
Account is in CBS and account is there also.
So that means sitting in PAX, an account PAX employee is able to, PAX employee is able to access the account of the member in the CBS sitting in PAX.
Exactly, sir. They can only issue they can make some transaction RDS and EFT that comes to the branch. Branch can see, and then once the branch passes those queues, then only that amount will be transferred.
So at the PAX level, they are taking the request and logging that request through IPK software. And they are getting so CBS name, only the employees of the DCCB are getting in the transaction. Am I sure about that? My understanding is correct? Yes. In the CBS of DCCB, only the employees of DCCB are putting through the transaction, authorizing the transaction.
Yes.
Then the user, maker and checker are employees of DCCB. Or maker is
the checker. Huh? It's only the checkers.
That is an issue. So maker is in this PAX, checker is in DCCB.
Right.
So technically, it's a violation. Technically, it's a violation. This Kerala DCCB or State Cooperative Bank tried and requested RBI. RBI has issued a warning.
You are basically seeing it as a request from PAX only, not from the member of PAX. It's a request from PAX.
So they are actually initiating the transaction also.
Initiating transaction. It's a request.
So had it been coming through a mail,
PAX is having account with us.
And then it means that maker and checker should be employees of the bank. Otherwise, customer can operate his account, or an employee of the bank who is duly authorized can operate, not any other person.
The first and foremost thing that all the accounts of the PAX are created at the CBS branch level.
That's okay.
These are not bidder accounts, are real accounts.
Real accounts. That is okay. Up to that is okay.
And sir, actually for internet banking, an individual can transact. Similarly,
individual name, owner of the account.
Actually, the account holder can.
Account holder, yeah.
So sir, PAX, we have devised such a system that the PAX actually generates the, so far as the actually inward are concerned, nothing is happening. It is being sent from different places, connecting with the
IFS. Account. Debiting an account is what? Where funds are flowing out.
Where the funds are flowing out for inward, for outward transaction, The PACS make a requisition depending upon its depositors, who are account holder at the PACS level, and accordingly it is pushed to the queue is generated at the CVS bank level. The branch manager, after being satisfied, actually relieves the queue and ultimately account. And it is purely a real-time basis.
Yeah, real-time basis. You know that.
Initially, we had to settle it in T+1, but now it is absolutely real-time basis.
So there is
technically
there is an issue. So we are also keeping quiet on
Sir,
that.
actually, as per BARDS Act, when this BARDS Act came, banning of unregulated deposit, BARDS Act, banning of unregulated deposit.
Okay.
After this act, it is very difficult for the PACS to actually mobilize deposit from non-members.
That is typically for West Bengal.
No, sir. BARDS Act is applicable for India. It is issued by RBI.
Non-members. Okay.
So non-members deposit is not permitted as per BARDS Act. So we have just made these
But
type
there is a
of
nominal
adjustment.
membership type, you know. Nominal membership through that the deposit can come in, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, we take nominal, we take 10 rupees, make the number. And then
Yeah, that is possible.
But sir, members should be, I mean, have a permanent resident of the area of membership of that particular area. It is not always that actually.
Those things that will be taken care. Yes, that's correct.
In Samui, we have actually, sir, these things were doing very well in our state. And many of the state cooperative banks also visited to replicate in their state also, sir.
No, okay, I'm not commenting on that because recently Kerala did some pilot on this. RBI has commented on that. RBI told that no, it can't be done. They have asked for explanation from NABARD also. How it is permitted, something like that. Because we are also subject to RBI scrutiny. So we will not have our opinion because now we will talk to RBI because I understood this as a technical issue is there. So it's an understanding. RBI can also interpret it in different way and permit. So, but then they are the authority. So they which way to interpret they will do. So we'll request only. We'll also reason it out that this is the way cooperatives can be supported. So many of the things RBI decides like that only now based on a lot of discussions happening, giving confidence to RBI. Secretary, at least monthly once he is meeting RBI governor for all the cooperative related matters. So those things are happening. And many other things are being decided also. So let's not talk much. But here, BCs right now, PACs are not allowed because of the conflict. We are constantly engaging with RBI for permission. Dairy societies and individuals can be. For individuals, RBI told that almost 6 months back, told that they will come out with guidelines. So far, guidelines have not come, but they have agreed in principle. That for I can tell you that. Okay.
सर एक सबमिशन था ये वीक बैंक्स के बारे में सर आप सहमत होंगे जहां पर पैक्स ने यदि फाइनेंस बंद कर दिया तो रिकवरी आना भी बंद हो जाती है
यस
वीक बैंक्स में यही स्थिति होती है जहां CRAR 9 से कम हुआ या सेक्शन 11 कंप्लायंस नहीं हुआ तो नाबार्ड रिफाइनेंस बंद कर देता है
नाबार्ड we have relaxed lot of things
नहीं सर इसमें कोई रिलैक्सेशन नहीं है हमारी
CRAR में रिलैक्सेशन
मेरा सबमिशन ये था कि कम से कम 3 साल के लिए एक बार रिलैक्सेशन दे दिया जाए कि 98 बैंक जो वीक में है इनको ऊपर आने का मौका तो दिया जाए
So now, when there is a pathway for recovery through technology means adoption of technology, SSC and come, so we'll also look at internal policies because our policies are also subject to scrutiny by RBI. So if we give to a PACS which is negative or a bank which is having negative net worth, RBI will now not have any objection. RBI will simply tell that you classify it as NPA and provide. That is the only issue. Then it's our headache. Whether we have enough capital. NABARD's capital also should be additionally provided.
But sir, आप बेसिकली STCB को देंगे. STCB का लोन तो रेगुलर है तो आपकी एसेट्स तो रेगुलर रहेगी. वो तो हम लोग बर्डन ले रहे हैं कि हम लोग पास ऑन कर रहे हैं. Even today also.
The DCCBs are taking the hit. We know that.
Here, 3% you will have to look at it because you can give a graded approach.
Yes.
No. So we'll think about it. We have plans to think about it, but then let the SSC come in. At least it starts giving its products. Then we'll have sufficient confidence also that recovery further. These loans should not go further to NPA. Whatever new loans are created, that should not go to NPA. That is our concern. What are the existing loans that you recover? But new loans should not go bad again. For that, we should have enough technology, enough monitoring systems, all these things. So once that comes, then we'll have confidence to relax also.
लोन सर मॉनिटरेबल एक्शन प्लान सबका बनाया
Yes,
हुआ
yes.
है, तो उस लोन को
So right now, whatever monitorable action plans we are making, it's all physical documents, not verifiable. It is all post facto reporting happens. But when technology is in place on a real-time basis, we can monitor these monitorable action plans, and then we'll have confidence of lending to even negative network packs with say maybe some escrow mechanisms where recovery is coming. It should not be taken to the already NPA accounts. It should be routed for repayment of NABARD finance. Those conditions we'll put, and technologically also it should be made impossible for you to divert. So those things we'll put in place, and then we'll have mechanism. There directly NABARD is taking exposure on the borrower, rather through the DCCP, but directly to the borrower we are taking exposure. And borrower's repayment, once it gets credited to the account, automatically will go to your repayment account with NABARD. So that mechanism will structure it. Then we'll lend. Then NABARD can directly lend through this DCCPs also. Technologically it is possible.
सर इनको रिकैपिटलाइजेशन पे भी विचार करना चाहिए.
Recapitalization, who will give the capital? Members only have to give capital. You have to generate confidence on the members.
From government side.
State governments. That means state governments have to give. Central government will never give. These are all state government babies. So it is your chairman and the board.
Yeah.
300 crore अभी दिया है.
हमारे यहाँ पे सर जो वीक बैंक हैं उनको भी हम लोगों ने फाइनेंस किया. Even 2 banks have come out of that.
See, once your systems, technology, everything is put in place, state government also will have confidence to give capital. That time we'll also interfere. When a good bank is there, or next 2 years, 3 years, then it can be turned around. Not the current turnaround plan. There it is actually monitorable through technology. Then we can directly talk to the government and request them to give. So our words also will have some weight with the state governments. Yes. Without security, you are DCCP, yeah? But you are in a negative network. Why security is needed for NABARD refinance?
Sir, if it is not a scheduled cooperative bank, then they have to give security, either government guarantee or they have to pledge security. Only scheduled cooperative banks are ready.
Non-scheduled? What is the problem in scheduling? Have you found out why RBI is not scheduling? Any issue? Any network issue? We find out what is this, what specifically is the reason. Then we'll address that reason. Getting scheduled. Scheduling is easier.
RBI scheduling, NABARD after the supervision, after the NABARD inspection, they will have to recommend, sir. When I was in Meghalaya Cooperative Bank also got scheduled. In Northeast, I think only 2 banks are scheduled, sir. Tripura and Meghalaya. Other banks are not scheduled.
What's your case of reason? So whether NABARD has recommended, then why RBI is not giving? Then it is a matter of discussion with the MOC. MOC has to take up. NABARD has recommended. Why RBI is not giving? Some reason they should give, right? So we'll find out the reason. We'll. So these two, I don't know whether that is becoming an agenda point of discussion.
Excuse me, sir. Even Jharkhand is not scheduled. May have been.
So whether are you aware that NABARD has recommended?
I don't think NABARD is recommended.
So then what is the reason? Then there should be some reason. Anybody in NABARD? Why Jharkhand? So we'll find out the specific reasons why it is not scheduled. Because by definition, state cooperative bank need to be scheduled, unless some network issues or some other control issues are there.
But network is not an issue with us. Network is not an issue. Just the year for the last year.
Okay, we'll find out specifically. Find out. So one action point can be, all state cooperative banks should be scheduled. If it is not scheduled, what is the reason? We should address that.
Scheduled.
Oh.
Actually, this inter-subvention was getting reviewed by our EKCC. So we were running into the calculation, and this 1.5 which is given to the institution, it is basically subtracted from the NABARD side on the borrowing products and then passed on to the STCB. So basically the circular says that if the amount is given by own fund, then it has to be deducted. But he said that this line of credit of Government of India is passed on to NABARD and then to EKCC. So this should technically be passed on to the.
So the concessional funds,
Yes.
that will be deducted. But other than concessional funds, it can be, inter-submission can be claimed.
Actually, he was saying that it is the line of credit which is given from the Government of India, sir. So basically, it is technically not the NABARD fund also.
No, that is guidelines of the Government of India. We are following it's not NABARD guidelines. So guidelines from the Government of India says that if it is a concessional fund, already that benefit is passed on. See, ultimately, this is to reduce the cost to the farmer. So we are giving at 5.25, which itself is lesser. So already subvention is there. Why double subvention? That is the logic. In the inter-subvention guidelines, it is there. In the Government of India guidelines, it is.
No, sir. 1.5 is given to the institute, not the farmer.
Institution, yes. Instead of that, you are giving concessional funds.
But sir, NABARD takes that part. And
NABARD doesn't take.
Okay, it is passed on to the Government of India.
Government of India is never giving out.
Okay.
They will deduct at their level itself.
Okay. Our RO was not clear of it.
Okay.
कंसेंशनल जो है 4.5 में हम कह रहे हैं कि दे रहे हैं 4.5 पे.
See, NABARD is getting, I think, how much is that?
4.5. 0.20 is the margin available.
Yeah, 0.20. That's all. NABARD is getting.
SMO is given at 4.5. On that data
So even our administrative cost is not covered. So
Excuse sir.
margin, it is the administrative cost which are given.
That is margin for NABARD.
Margin for NABARD.
That nothing.
Something, some income for NABARD. That's all. 0.2%.
Not income. NABARD has to provide for standard SMO.
Yeah.
Actually, NABARD is losing an SMO. So
So all these things are there. So we are carefully set aside. We are not looking at cost benefit for this. As far as cooperative is concerned, we are PACS MSC, we are giving us a loss only. Actually, we are incurring a loss. Now we are thinking of further giving to other activities also. So we are in talking to Government of India also whether we can put up a soft loan scheme for making PACS viable, at least for a 3-year loan with a repayment period of say 10 years, with a moratorium of 4 or 5 years, but with monitorable milestones of improvement at the PACS level. Those things, there's a credit risk for NABARD as well. We are thinking about that post this computerization on stabilization of PACS. We will try to look at that as well. There is already request from Andhra for this.
One request regarding in this priority services that SSC can undertake. Recently, RBI has issued the circular that website of the bank should have the .bank.in.
Bank.in.
Yeah, so it is the easiest fund, I think, to take it.
I think for state cooperative banks are also covered, right?
It is for everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
With whoever is scheduled.
Yeah. But currently they have said that IDRBT only will issue the domain. So this SSC should also be allowed and they should take the
No, that domain will be retained at RBI level. They will control. Otherwise, anybody can take any names. So recently now RRB amalgamation happened. So initially we thought of that .com or .co.in need to be taken. Now that they are shifting to bank.in. So then, this is to essentially, control frauds.
Yeah.
So otherwise, from some other names.
Cooperative banks, sir, SSC can be the authorized.
No. That control will be with RBI only. So it's hardly, there is no issue in getting that also. So once scheduled, automatically RBI will give.
सर एक चीज था कि हम लोग अभी गुप्ता सर ने बताया कि माइग्रेशन की प्रोसेस में जो हम लोग जो माइग्रेशन प्रोसेस देखा था उसमें एक माइग्रेशन टूल बनता है पूरा का पूरा डेटा माइग्रेट होता है लेकिन सर से बात चल रही थी कि आप लोग पूरा डेटा माइग्रेट नहीं करते क्या टीसी से
ऐसा है ये हम जो बोल रहे हैं आपको दिस इज बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट दे हैव डन इन वन ऑफ द बैंक्स जो हमारे साथ पहले विप्रो के साथ था और उसके बाद उन लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि नहीं वी विल नॉट बी ऑन पिनाकल वी विल मूव ओवर टू दिस एंड दे डिड इट ऑन देयर ओन तो वहां पे उन लोगों ने वो जो नेगोशिएट किया और ये सब किया वहां पे उन लोगों ने आउटस्टैंडिंग बैलेंस लेके माइग्रेट किया हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म में अभी तक
तो माइग्रेशन हुआ कहाँ से इसको माइग्रेशन कहेंगे
हमारे यहाँ पे अभी तक जो माइग्रेशन हुआ
माइग्रेशन का मतलब कि लेगेसी डाटा पूरा का पूरा सिस्टम में आना चाहिए
हमारे यहाँ पे जो माइग्रेशन हुआ था दैट इज द ओल्ड माइग्रेशन उसके बाद जो भी बैंक नया ज्वाइन किया है दे हैव बेसिकली मूव फ्रॉम मैनुअल सिस्टम टू दिस other than the banks in West Bengal who were already on TCS platform. हमारा TCS platform में ही है मगर मैं NABARD क्लाउड में नहीं हूँ उस तो टीसीएस प्लेटफॉर्म टू टीसीएस प्लेटफॉर्म हो गया, वो एक हो गया। दूसरा है क्या, मैनुअल सिस्टम से आए, उस टाइम पे तो जनरली आउटस्टैंडिंग बैलेंस लेके ही आता है, ये तो आपको पता ही है, हो गया। अभी एक एग्जांपल हमारे पास है, महाराष्ट्र में वन ऑफ द बैंक्स हैज माइग्रेटेड विथ चेंज ओवर फ्रॉम आई थिंक पिनाकल टू, आई डोंट रिमेंबर द नेम ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट, आई एम सॉरी, Satara DCC. Satara, when they moved, they had to move, they moved only with the outstanding balance. They did not go with the whole data.
सर
तो उसमें उन लोगों ने 5 लाख और कुछ एडिशनल चार्जेस किया था, 2.5 लाख 3 लाख कुछ चार्ज किया, because they said that if I have to migrate all the data from Pinnacle to this, there will be a bigger cost.
But that is not technically migration.
That is not migration. So feeding over, sir.
Yeah. So that RBI will have an issue. Even if it is happening in commercial bank, RBI will object.
Yes.
NABARD also naturally should object because then system generated NPA कैसे होगा?
Yes.
So MIS का problem होता है. Lot of problems are there. That is why PAX, when it is getting computerized, legacy data is also now getting into the system. Not that last balance we are. Initially we thought of last balance लेके हम computers करेंगे, but then we insisted that legacy data also need to be there so that all the classifications will be pakka and frauds can also be limited.
Yes. और सर शेयर सर्विसेज के लिए 4-5 सेशन में और भी थे जो कि पहले डिस्कस हमारे सर से हो चुके हैं कि जो हमारे कोऑपरेटिव बैंक की ऑलमोस्ट सभी बैंकों की प्रॉब्लम होगी कि इसमें काफी स्केल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एज ए सर्विस, प्लेटफॉर्म एज ए सर्विस, सिक्योरिटी एज ए सर्विस, सॉफ्टवेयर एज ए सर्विस। अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल दिस, जो आजकल का जो आरबीआई ने भी लेटर जारी कर दिया है या करने वाला है, हमने डिस्कशन सुना था कि नाबार्ड की जो विक्स रिपोर्ट आती है उसी के क्रम में अभी हम सिर्फ आईटी के या उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को ऑडिट करते हैं, जबकि अब जीआरसी के बहुत सारे टूल मार्केट में आ चुके हैं, गवर्नेंस, रिस्क एंड कंप्लायंस, और उसी के एक मतलब सीबीएस हो गया, चीजें बीआई बीए पे आ गई, एआई पे आ गया, तो जो आने वाले रिस्क हैं सिंपल सिम सोर या टेक्निकल सॉफ्टवेयर से कवर नहीं होते, उनके लिए हमारे पास एक टोटल वेल थॉट इंटीग्रेटेड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम होना चाहिए कवर्ड बाय जीआरसी।
Yes, yes.
अब जीआरसी के लिए टूल्स मार्केट में बड़े महंगे महंगे हैं, अगर वो शेयर्ड बेसिस पे एसएससी ले लेती है तो दैट विल बी मोस्ट इकोनॉमिकल फॉर ऑल।
Yeah, we have noted that. ऐसा कोई सजेशन है तो ना, I think one email should be there, so they should keep on suggesting because field level पे उनका
नहीं, अगर आपको कोई प्लेटफॉर्म है तो उसको शेयर कर दो इसके ऊपर।
Yeah. So
I miss something.
Yeah.
So as far as Sikkim is concerned, we had written for the centralized payment system, and in fact, we had written to RBI, and RBI has denied that centralized.
You are
payment
a scheduled bank?
Yes, so we are a scheduled bank.
Then why they denied?
That is what the reason is. Actually, in the first phase, they had given us the opportunity to, get the CPS, but because we were not able to do some stuff, so they said after 6 months to reapply. So
Which is your CBS?
What is it?
Oh, which is the CBS solution?
Wipro, sir. To the
Okay.
So second time again, we applied to RBI for this CPS system, and in fact, central payment system, sorry, sir. So when we wrote to them, they denied it, and in fact, we asked them why did you deny it? And they have not given us a reply to that. In fact, the other day, under the chairmanship of Addition Secretary MOC, we had a meeting, and I think sir was also there from NABARD also. So in fact, NABARD has told us whatever communication that you had with RBI to please forward it. So we have done it.
Forward it.
Yes, we have done it, but till now there's no.
No, they will be taking steps because MOC also is telling RBI you can reject, but give reasons, and we will find solution for the reasons, and then we'll come again. Then don't raise further solutions.
So we also asked for the reasons. They have not been able to provide.
Even मंत्री जी भी बता रहे हैं RBI को, आप जो भी कंडीशन लगाना चाहते हैं लगा दो, but अगर fulfill करके आए तो permission दे दो. That is what he is saying. He's not asking for permission by relaxing everything. No, he's not asking that also. He's telling that जो भी condition लगाना चाहिए लगा दो. We'll fulfill that and come back. You give permission.
So we have not.
So we'll find out. We'll find out specifically.
So DPDP Act is going to be implemented soon. So regarding that, if we can get any
so those guidances also we'll give.
Comprehensive solution or
something. Yes. So our solution will be compliant with all these guidelines. Otherwise, no, we can't run this system. Actually, we are thinking about structuring everything ab initio. How much time it takes, we'll take that. And then it will be owned by SSC. That means owned by cooperatives only. We are not going to have any. See, Minister also is very clear that Every solution should be a local solution, not a foreign solution also. India का बाहर का solution नहीं लेना है. जो भी solution है, India की solution. India is capable.
Yes, India is capable.
जो भी
Indians are capable.
technology.
Indians are capable.
Capable. So solution तो Indian होना चाहिए.
Yes.
Localized solution होना चाहिए. So that is, he is very particular. Every time he'll ask question whether that machinery, whether it's Indian made or foreign made. If Indian made, okay. Foreign made means no.
Good.
So that's clear. Everything should be Indian, especially this fraud risk and all. No? So a lot of hacking is happening. So we can't take solutions from abroad. Our own solutions. Even if you go to US also, many of these fraud risk solutions are developed by Indians only.
Yes, that's why I'm saying
startups over there, and many of them are opening now offices here, and through the offices here they are providing the services. That means they're Indian. Anyway, that will take care. It will be made in India, make in India type.
So another issue is implementation of CSOC. The bank is, West Bengal State Cooperative Bank is seriously considering of implementing CSOC maybe on rental basis. So for that, if it is available in through SSC,
yeah, it will be available. So that's what I told earlier also. Whatever new things you are going to set up, when the thinking starts, you inform them. So then we will advise in how many, what is the timeline for us to give that solution. If the timeline is suitable to you, go with this. We need not invest fresh. So that decision we will take. We have to keep in touch with every cooperative bank. Whenever we think of any upgradation or a new technology, first they should check. We should have the right of first refusal. Yeah, right of first refusal should be with us. That the timeline also we should give to them, and if they are okay with the timeline, we can go ahead and implement.
In fact, if you get time, I will request you to have a look at the cyber security center in Bird, which has been set up, which has been done very beautifully, which will address many of the issues of the cooperative banks. So something similar to that, all-encompassing, is also in the scheme of offering under SSC, right? So that is definitely going to be there. As what Sir told, and in the morning in my presentation, you might have seen there is 2 slides I showed about 10 to 12 services where CSOC is one of the services listed there. So we'll definitely be looking at it. And 1 or 2 clarifications I would like to give. I think you made a mention about moving to a particular CBS platform now, and what happens when SSC comes up with its own CBS. That's the dream. We definitely want to have our own CBS platform through the SSC, but that's a long-term dream because all of you are in some settled solution as of now, and there are long-term arrangements and engagements going ahead. So ideally, we did an analysis. Out of the 350 odd banks or so, 250 banks are on either TCS or Finacle, right? And if you take another 100 banks, they are on 4 other different systems. Now, a few of those banks in those systems are now thinking of migrating to either Banks 24 or Finacle. So going ahead, we are looking at 300 to 325 banks in either of these platforms. It will be much easier for SSC to provide services because the APIs, whatever we are going to prepare, it will be addressing these 2 platforms, right?
Yes, sir.
So going ahead, ideally we'll be ending with one or the other of these 2 platforms. It makes life much easier for us, right? That's the first part. And on your aspect regarding your questions on DC, separate DC and all those things, you will necessarily have to move to the TCS DC when you are going to onboard that solution, right? And the RFP price discovery we will discuss separately because yours is actually my.
I would suggest you when we will be having SSC, will be having your own DC and DR. We must have all the data in the DC DR of SSC.
Absolutely. In fact, I will also say that 10 years back or 12, which Chairman Sir, when he took over charge as DMD of NABARD, the first question he asked was, there was a recommendation, I will say, which our strategy consultants 12 years back had given to us. NABARD should set up its own DC, a data center for the cooperatives. That was, I remember the presentation which was made in 2010. And that was a very far-reaching presentation and recommendation at that time. Right or wrong, we are not sitting on judgment here. A decision was not taken at that time. But in hindsight, Sir was telling that was a missed opportunity. We should have set up that data center at that time, along with the CBS initiative which Subratoji had rolled out. Maybe we will be looking at a different kind of an architecture now with infrastructure, everything centralized, and maybe that would have been the first SSC sort of thing at that point in time.
So now banks also, public sector banks, also learned a hard way in CBS implementation. Now, if you see that, no, earlier they thought of CBS not just as an accounting system, but as a solution for everything, including loan management, loan origination. So they loaded CBS with lot of things. It become unwieldy. Now, public sector banks have a legacy issue now. They can't move out. They have invested heavily. They have customized it. Moving out is ruled out. In fact, one of the biggest banks in India, their CBS is in COBOL. We don't have COBOL programs now. Programmers, it is very difficult to get. But one way it is good, that hacking will be difficult. Because
Allahabad Bank was there. Allahabad Bank was there in COBOL program.
Allahabad Bank.
Yeah, and TCS was the service provider.
Mostly TCS service providers will be having in COBOL. Yes, that's correct. That also is a TCS provided for CBS only, but it's in COBOL.
Yes.
So COBOL programmers are now hard to find.
Absolutely.
So now we have to. That means no. This see, one thing is that CBS should be only for accounting and account maintenance. Remaining everything should be modular in no, loan application, origination, all these things. So CBS should be only for balance sheet generation. Finally, ultimate outcome is the balance sheet and P&L. That should be generated from the CBS. So accounts, everything individually need to be handled by that. Nothing other. Verification, account verification, everything should happen in layers. So that is now, we have to now structure it properly so that in newer banks which are coming to CBS, whether we can give that architecture. And later, existing banks, as and when the existing systems, end of service or project period is getting over, when they think about renewals and all, we can migrate. So we are having a thought process like that. In fact, SSC is not a simple entity. It will be bigger than UIDI, bigger than NPCI individually. That is what our thought process is. And it should have its own structure, its own, even they should own properties, maybe regional offices also, so that at the local level also services should be available. So now, right now, capital is adequate, 1,000 crore, plus we can, NABARD can give line of credit to the SSC for developing it, and as and when revenue is getting generated, can be repaid. We are all thinking all those possibilities, or even additional capital also we can, bring in. That's not an issue. Capital is not an issue, but we have to structure it. We have to now imagine it correctly, so that maybe in 2 years' time, cooperative bank should be better than मंत्री जी बताते हैं जो भी सर्विसेज cooperative से देना है वो टॉप मोस्ट प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक से भी अच्छा होना चाहिए. Then only people will come back to cooperatives. We have to take good customers to cooperatives. We should have bad customers also, those who are not able to pay, those who are not able to, that customers also need to be there. We can't exclude that. But to cross subsidize them, we need good customers who can pay for the services. And bulk customers also should come, bigger customers should come. And that is what he is aiming with cooperation among cooperatives. Amul like entity, big entities should deal only with cooperatives, even if they are giving little additional interest rates. That welfare will be used for cooperatives only. Whatever dividends are there will be flowed back to the members. So in effect, totally the welfare is improving. Rather than Amul or any other bigger entity dealing with a HDFC bank or an ICICI bank, they may get loan at 6%. Whereas cooperative bank may give a loan at 8%. Okay. But the profit is remaining within cooperatives and for the members only. If it is in a S bank or in a HDFC bank, foreign investors are there, profit will be taken away from India, technically. And that is why government also is insisting more of RuPay card should be given, not Visa or Master.
Yes, sir.
Visa and Master means transaction fee, a percentage of that is going to the foreign investor. Whereas RuPay is not, our own NPCI is getting benefited. So we will benefit that. So that is what the SSCs also will be structured like that. In fact, we are thinking of taking the topmost minds as advisory board members to SSC, so that who has set up Aadhaar, who has set up NPCI, that kind of persons, and we are thinking about advising us. So that level we are thinking. Not a small thing. So maybe by 3 years down the line, cooperatives, in fact, commercial banks should compete for priority sector loans with cooperatives. That should be there. But for that, one important thing you have to do is the governance improvement. Once we grow in size,
yes, sir,
governance should be pakka.
Governance is most important.
So when customers or depositors are coming to you, they are parting away their hard-earned money to you. So your systems and processes should be good enough to protect the value of that deposits. So that is very important. So governance needs to be there, corporate governance. Those things will follow. Otherwise, we can't allow certain institutions to grow bigger. If you want to grow bigger, comply with everything, governance improve, and then you grow bigger. Not that all the compliances will relax and we'll allow you to many of the sugar cooperatives are having that issue. Governance issues are there, and then every time we have to restructure, lot of recapitalization. Those issues are there. So we can't allow that to happen with public money. So simply as simple as that.
So one more issue that I like to flag is like, as you said in the morning, that there should be some kind of a level playing field with the commercial banks, as where the cooperatives are concerned, right? And you said to the cooperatives bank must improve their governance standards and everything, right? So that we come on par with the commercial bank. The one hindrance is like shifting of the branches, or the opening of the new branch. RBI has completely relaxed the norm for the commercial bank. They need not go to the RBI for permission. But for the cooperative banks, even for shifting of the branches, we need RBI.
But whether that permission is getting delayed or they are denying permission?
There are a whole lot of requirements. We are still confused. Say one branch which is unviable, we wanted to shift to say 2 kilometers away. A lot of restrictions are being imposed.
Sir, this issue we are taking up like similar to urban cooperative banks. Rural cooperative banks may also be allowed automatic route. So TFS has agreed in the last meeting on May.
Okay.
So now hopefully it may come out.
A lot of issues, no, discussions are in the advanced stages.
Thank you.
Back to SSC, I think.
I think this will be
wait,
last.
genuine questions we can answer because these are time is there. Okay.
Regarding CSOC, so one impediment that we are facing right now is we have already issued PO to TCS or CH for this the Active Directory and proxy services.
Which one?
Active Directory, implementation of Active Directory and proxy service. But what they say is they are not going to share the logs for on real-time basis. So on request, they will share the log. So if they are not sharing it on real-time basis, then CSOC will not get the.
So I'll share my experience with CH. No, I was in 2012. I was part of. I was handling the amalgamation of 2 banks. Where one bank was in Pinnacle, the other was in CH. So the migration has to happen from CH to Pinnacle. CH. We developed a middleware for MIS because pending that amalgamation, we thought that no board should have correct position. So we developed a middleware. Problem with CH was that no, their tallying was not proper. We found lot of inconsistencies in the MIS. I don't know how now banks are handling that, but we found lot of inconsistencies. And when we ask for clarification, then they will get it tallied and give, but then somewhere and some other issues crop up. So that means there is no integrity to the data which they were giving. And then we thought of migrating. So legacy data also need to be migrated. They asked for 10 crores at that time. 10 crores for parting away with data. We bargained hard. They didn't budge. They said that up to 7 crores they came. Then what our IT team told us that if they are not giving, then we can reconstruct the data from the MIS which we get. So they started reconstructing branch-wise data and started migrating to Pinnacle. So every day and happens, 2-3 branches will vanish from the CH and that will get opened in Pinnacle. Then CH got that message. If we continue with that, then we will not get any money. Then they came to table and they agreed for 1.5 crores. And so that is where I could find a lot of resonance in what you told. CH. Now in the RRB amalgamation also when this is happening, CH is going to lose because many banks will be migrating to Pinnacle. Only SBI sponsored and one more banks, Indian banks, IOB's bank sponsored. These only will be there. 15 or 16 RRBs will remain. So many of the existing CBS Pinnacle, CH RRBs will go to Pinnacle. They will lose. So then they will try to milk money. Their revenue is coming down. So now cooperatives will be their mainstay. So we have to be now very consistent on that. When I asked TCS, once I got a chance to deal with the TCS CEO, I asked about CH. He was not even aware that such a company is there because there, if you see the overall revenue of TCS, it will be a minuscule. So they are not even aware. The TCS CEO at that time, he was saying, okay, I know that it is a SBI joint venture, but we are not bothered about those things because it's only a fraction, maybe less than 2%, 3% or something like that.
That's why if it is implemented through SSC, then TCS will be compelled to
share. That is where there is a concern also for us. So the capital providers to TCS may not now put further capital. Then their quality may come down. So this issue is there. I'm not going against CH on this, but CH has to be survived because now RRBs and many of the cooperatives are there in in CH thing. But they should be also be mindful of the fact that they should be have integrity in providing services. That is a very important thing. And Pinnacle also is heavily loaded software.
आपको सीसॉक की जरूरत पड़ क्यों रही जब TCS आप नाबार्ड क्लाउड पे हैं तो देयर सर्विस ऑलरेडी इनबिल्ट उसके अंदर आपको अलग से सीसॉक की आवश्यकता ही नहीं अगर आप नाबार्ड क्लाउड पे जा रहे हैं.
Yeah, since we are in level 4 as per NABARD graded approach, so CSOC is mandatory for us.
नहीं सीसॉक आपका
No, we look at the existing CSOCs of various cooperative banks and whether we can scale up those for providing services to other cooperative banks. That is the best option which we are looking at. We are actually assessing the existing CSOCs with Telangana will have, Gujarat may have, Andhra may have. So we'll try to assess how we can scale up that. For that is a quick win solution. Later we may have to replace later. We'll see that.
So one kind submission, along with technical part, can SSC look after this branding concept, sir? Branding for only rural cooperative banks, so that
very good idea.
We can categorize that.
So what is your take on that branding, common branding across India? Because you are not competitors, you are limited by geographies, right? So there is a need for a common branding. If common branding should come, and another option will be that interoperability should be there. Your customer should be able to operate. Say you are in Andhra, in Gujarat, somebody is there. So he should feel that it is the same bank across. That is the other pitfall of branding. That means interoperability need to be there. Then services will be coming to you. Ideally, that should be there. In fact, for your information, DFS had agreed that the current level of this RRB amalgamation, the common branding across RRBs, they have agreed. Now we are coming out with the common logo, color pattern. Names will be different. Logo and color pattern are same. So that the customer will get a feel of dealing with same bank across states. So we have given suggestions, and that may be going to the Honorable Finance Minister. Now she will be deciding on which is the logo to be selected. And so to that extent, we have thought about that was our suggestion only, NABARD suggestion, and they have agreed to that. So cooperatives also we can think about that. Once SSC come in, I think that can be done. So names will be different, color pattern will be the same, logo will be the same.
And we have a common owner, that is farmers. Maybe we can interlink with that. Our common owner is the farmers.
Farmers. So green should be there.
If we brand in that way, maybe RCBs will get some.
So why we should be fixated to farmers? It is rural. You are not a farmer bank. You are a rural bank. And agri is now transforming into agri business. That means more MSME will come in. So actually you will be agri business bank, not agri bank.
Yes.
Production is agri. Agri business is MSME. So we should now diversify our asset portfolio also. With agri alone, we can't do. Agri business we should have, MSME we should have, and maybe then retail loans later.
So in terms of one more submission, sir. With respect to this, already we are into this CBS cloud, sir. In that CBS cloud through CH.
Okay, NABARD facility.
Yes, NABARD. In that we could observe some things like some pitfalls are there, sir. Maybe SSC should consider them. Like there might be conflict of interest in some areas, sir.
Maybe interest between CH and
no, sir. Between the banks itself, between the banks who are participating in SSC, like some may require some services, some may require some services.
Okay.
Sir. So in that case, maybe parallel, like some STCBs or DCCBs may be considered for piloting like different services in a different bank.
Take it in the other way around. You said that some may require this service, some may not require other services.
Yeah.
But there could be some services which have been implemented in some other cooperative bank which will be useful for you.
Yes, sir.
So you might have not have thought about that, but then they have already implemented and successful. That can be replicated. But then banking products are all mostly commoditized. Anybody who is coming out with an innovative product, other person will copy it. And why you specifically need that product, you have to reason it. Or your area's peculiarity is that this product feature should be there. But I don't think much of the differences will be there across. That may be historical reasons, or you have an affinity towards a product. Okay, that will we have to give. We will not go for one size fit all. Surely, we will get it customized for each and every bank, or even if possible, structuring for packs also we can do that. That will
customization factor should be there. Sir.
Yes, yes.
Dinesh, just to more specifically reply to what you said. For example, the MIS server, which I think which was done in I think Vijayawada, no? Vizag. Now we are taking that as an example to test it in 2 other locations, and if that is working well, we scale it up. Similarly, that NPA one software is there, which has been developed by a startup in another state. So that is also being piloted to see in 2 geographies. I think Maharashtra is also there in that pilot. So yeah, so we do take a initiative from one geography, see pilot it in another place. If it is working well, then we scale it up, make it an SSC operator. So that is the process we are trying to follow. And as what Sir told, we want to do at least 5 to 6 such quick win services immediately from out of the 18, 19 we have listed out over the next 6 months, right? So the idea is that first of all, you start consuming services from the SSC, then the confidence builds up, right? Then more services will come in and more people use it. Then this becomes a sustainable model. Let us look at SSC as something, as an entity which can provide best in class or the next in class services at an affordable price. Let us not look at SSC as something which will give subsidized services, because if we have to subsidize, someone else will have to bear the cost. As we are spending, now we'll spend less for better quality, right? So that is the philosophy which we want to, give the SSC.
Quality matters, sir, actually.
Absolutely, absolutely.
More than price, quality is more required. Like we see CBS, the cloud may we could observe that.
As of now, we are targeting all the rural cooperative banks. Going ahead, the services are meant for the banking sector itself.
See,
right?
banking, so cooperative means banks. Banking application can be across. Any type of bank can have, any type of bank.
And if tomorrow larger
if opportunity arises, we can look at that as well. That will be an income also.
Yes.
That means it will be cross subsidization. Economics of scale will be there. So cost will be coming down. I think there are some issues.
Yeah, there are certain challenges in the Reserve Bank. Reserve Bank has indicated very clearly that it has.
The RBI can't regulate. See, we want this entity to be regulated by RBI. Then only RBI will have confidence, and they will give licenses looking at the capability of SSC. So it should be a company.
See, and the fact is, this company is going to provide services to RBI licensed entities. Tomorrow, because of these services, something happens to that particular bank, right? Then RBI cannot have control otherwise. So that is why they specifically said that this has to be a company, and through NABARD, then they can, look into the functioning of that company also, because NABARD is regulated by RBI. So that is the logic. So I think, so with your permission, we had a good round of discussion, and these issues keep coming, right? We have
in the whole dinner we can discuss further.
We have a more than 100-year history for cooperatives in India. So one day will not be sufficient to, complete the discussions. We are very happy for the ideas which have come in, very, very insightful learnings we have got. Our PCG team, I saw them noting down so many points in the first session. So I believe these will be translated into actionable insights. That much we will definitely assure you. Guidance given by the chair today and the top management of NABARD.
And this will be one of the last buses for cooperatives.
Yes, sir.
And there is a political will from the minister's side. I think this we have to capitalize it, and we have to now go in firm steps without positive, constructively. We have to give opinions, not just because some interests are there, so we are going sideways. We are experiencing that. We know that dealing with cooperatives, such issues also will be coming. So we know cooperatives better. I think my request will be that as individuals interested in the welfare of cooperatives in the country, I think we should act in the best interest of the cooperatives. And whatever initiatives Government of India is taking, we have to align our activities with that. Seeing the passion of the Honorable Minister, I can't just, this is the best time for the cooperatives. Maybe in another 1 year, if we come up to at least 50% of his expectations, I think that will be the work done for not only for the sector, for the people, for the rural people. So it's a huge movement which is happening, and this will ultimately, the rural people will get benefit. And in turn, we'll see our benefit or our business improvement happens when the sector which we serve expands, or they, their activity expands, their economic activity expands, income expands. Then we'll have a systematic growth which is sustainable as well. So we should look at that, the ultimate borrower in mind, or rather the customer in mind, and go for it. Thank you.
So I'll
now what is the
just closing, sir. 2-3 announcements before we close. Tonight we are having a dinner hosted by chairman at 7:30 p.m. in the lawns outside. So we will request all of you to kindly join us for that. And tomorrow morning, we will start the session at 10 o'clock. Right? I think in the schedule it's given 9:30. We'll start at 10 and we are planning to complete the discussions around 1:30, 1:45. Right? Because quite a lot of things of tomorrow got discussed today. So there'll be a slight rejigging of sessions. Why I'm announcing it now is you can plan accordingly, right? 10 to 1:30 will be the session tomorrow.
So with lunch,
We will close with lunch. And tonight, 7:30 p.m., Chairman's dinner in the lawns outside. Kindly join. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, one more small announcement. One survey format has been circulated to all the participants. So request is that kindly fill it up and then provide to the head office team.
That's correct.